Here at Aussie Mixed and Fixed iRacing League, we are pleased to announce 2 new sponsors will be joining us for 2021. Seal Batteries have come on board with over 70 years experience in forklift batteries, chargers and accessories. They are 100% Australian owned and operated with Australia's leading product warranty. Along with Sydney Computers, who are in the business of providing value-based options for your gaming PC requirements, which is tailored and spec to your needs and budget. If you'd like to know more about these companies, please check out the links in the description and be sure to support the companies that support us. We look forward to working with Seal Batteries and Sydney Computers for the rest of the year. So thank you, and we'll see you out on track.
In these in the GTE cars anyway, for Mach 1 Esports, currently sitting in that third, couple of tenths of a second behind there. So a little bit of work for him to do to close that gap up. GT3 field is very hotly contested, and at the moment, Jackson Susan Harlow for Drop Bear Motorsports currently on the provisional pole with a 1:58.79, followed by James Glasgow for Trick Esports, and they had a very good event last time out at Suzuka there, just a fraction behind, and Dave Roberts in the Pace Syndicate's Corvette, Lamborghini, sorry, those guys looking very, very handy as well. Also joining us, well, actually he's just ducked away there, was Damon Mulcoy. He'll be jumping in with us also to help for this one as well.
Just firstly apologises to everybody, the audio was terrible. Hopefully I've got it all sorted now, so yeah, very, very sorry for that, guys. And here we have the grid. Justin Ruggier has put it on pole for the Apex Hunters United Esports. Ben Cornett on the second row, with Apex taking out a front row lockout. Chris Aon for Rival Autosport. Calvin Dent for Fitzy Athena. Scott Sizlowski for Trick Esports. Chris Pallett for Fusion Racing, Corey McFarlane for Drop Bear Motorsport, Tim Henbury for Tesseract Solar, Lockhart Brownlee for Fusion Sim Racing 55, Philip Morton for Fitzy Hades, Colin Schwecke for Fusion Sim Racing 15, and Regis Stockhart for Tesseract Luna. And then we will go the GT3s. Nope. And GT3s, we've got Phil Litchford taking out pole position for XCM2, Ethan Bass for Taxi Fitzy Zeus, Tom Huggan for Mark 1 Esports 22 with his teammate Jesse Butler in Mark 1 Esports 33, Jason Benson XCM1, Henry Thomas Kircher in the Mark Esports 777, Michael J. Brennan in the Mark Esports 555 car, Brenton West for West Performance Racing, Todd George for Carbon Esports Purple, Jeremy Frankland for Medina Engineering 64, and Ryan Lee for Medina Engineering 36. In the GT3s, we have Jackson Susel and Harlow for Drop Bear Motorsports 86, James Plaskell for Glass Pool for Trick Esports PSG Blue, Dave Roberts Pace Syndicate Yvette, Chris Taylor for Medina Engineering 38, Nathan Anderson for Pulse Racing Team Blue, William Mitchell for Pulse Racing Team RC, Hugh McLaughlin for Pace Syndicate Sahara, Grant Matterford for Pulse Racing Team, and our steward Justin Cotterill in the AMF Lamborghini safety car.
Yeah, really decently sized field, 30 cars taking to the grid tonight. See our prototypes just starting to begin their run around. Going to be a short start. Well, actually, it's a full pace lap for these guys to get their way through. So they are going to get underway here as the field heads down. The green flag has dropped, and a great jump from Rugia in behind. We've got our GT3 field not too far away from getting underway. As it looks like the P2 field getting through fantastically well down through the bumps there in towards turn 2 there. GTE's underway now. And a very big jump and nice to get away there for Phil Litchford. It's challenged too hard at all, but we do have a move just behind there. Jesse Butler trying to get the Mach 1 Porsche up in another position. Our GT3's now getting away, and again, very clean start for all these cars and not too much damage for those guys. We do have a rotation though, however, in our P2 field. Tim Henbury has gone around down in turn 4 just on the run, well actually turn 6 right down in towards Big Ben there. So he has a lot of work to do. We'll see if we can get a replay once this all unfolds. But that little incident and rotation has now dropped him down to 22nd overall and last in class at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunate for them there, but being in the P2s, they'll catch up quite quickly through the GTE field. You got Chris Aon for Rival Motorsport keeping on the toes of Justin Rugia, but Rugia has pulled out a 1.5 second gap already, which is a great gap already for the start of the race.
Yeah, really getting a fantastic jump early on, and for Arun behind, he's already coming under a huge amount of fire here as the guys work their way down through Indianapolis. So he's going to have to be cautious here because Ben Cornett's going to try and get that car back up into second position. And with the run down through down towards Sunset Bend, down off the back straight here, perfect opportunity to slipstream and have a look. We'll see whether there's any too wide action. But at this early phase of the race, you see the nose come out. He's trying to get on with business and get back up towards the teammate. But these guys have to be cautious because we're only a minute and a half into what is a 4-hour endurance event.
Yeah, exactly right. It's that old analogy of you definitely can't win it on the first lap, but you sure can lose it. We're just going to go back now. We've got the replay from Tim Henbury where he went off there. So very congested here, a lot of too wide. And yeah, just looks like he's copped a bit of a tag from the car 15, bit of check up. Race control will have a look at that one and make a decision there.
Yeah, it looks like he, as you say, just got caught out a bit, trying to come over, protect that line, and the guys behind not having a lot of space to be able to work with there, and ultimately gets rotated around. So we'll see him work his way back through. He has cleared now the vast majority of our GTE field. He's now running in 15th in class at the moment, and that should be able to dispose of those guys on the run up towards turn 10. There was a rotation too for Tim Henbury. He's just gone around in the Tesseract Solar car. See what took forward for him, but getting back through, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. These things happen. Looks like Ben Cornett's crashed out from P2, P3 position as well, so not quite sure what's happened to Ben there in the other Apex Hunters, but I think he's managed to gather it up and get it going again before the GTE class have caught up to him.
Yeah, well, actually, apologies, it was Ben Cornett that I did notice go around just on the exit of turn 7 there, so not sure whether he's just picked a wheel up on the way through or what, but very easy to drop one of these cars, especially as the tyres are trying to get up to temperature, so have to be cautious there. See, Tim Himbry now has cleared our GTE field. He'll be able to set his sights forward now and try and close up onto the back there, but further down, though, we get some fantastic battling going on already. Ethan Bass, who did lose a spot early on off the line, trying to recover that. He's got Jesse Butler just up ahead, 6/10 down the road, and should be able to close the gap. Very good times through the sectors at the moment.
Yeah, very, very good time. So I think these guys are probably going to battle most of the night. Jesse had some great pace in the previous AEC race and unfortunately had a bit of an incident and had to fight his way back through the field. So nice to see him up there in second position and showing his true pace.
Absolutely, and it's very early on, so they'll take a little bit of time just to settle in, and obviously a lot of these guys, with the way the endurance events run, trying to set these cars up, not only be the quickest early on, but give themselves something very good at the back end as well. Phil Morton in the Texans Fitzy's car has also had a rotation as well down through Big Ben, so he now drops down to 11th position. So a few of the P2 cars really starting to struggle this early on, which is really surprising given the downforce that they do have on board them.
Yeah, it's surprising, especially considering the weather conditions, and we'll bring them up now. The track temperature is only 23 degrees, so maybe they're struggling with not getting enough heat in their tyres. Maybe they haven't set their cars up for the super cold conditions that we've got here tonight. Maybe they've set their cars up, and we all know that Sebring is a very bumpy track. Maybe they've set their suspension a bit too bumpy and it's not handling the bumps nicely. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see why, and we might be able to find out later on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sebring is a lot of teams will come out here to get the most out of these cars, whether it's GTs, IndyCar, for instance, always start their season off with plenty of testing there. I mean, there's no better circuit, short of going to the street circuit, which is very few and far between at the moment, to get the most development out of these cars. So a lot of these guys we've seen earlier in the week, the likes of the SVG, putting in plenty of time around Sebring, and that will all pay off as this event comes to a head towards the back end of the race, and no doubt we will keep an eye on that. In our GTE field that we just keep an eye on at the moment, we did see Phil Litchfield, for the XMC Racing 2 car. He has had a rotation, drop that car down from the lead of the event. He's now last in class at the moment, so we didn't quite catch what happened there. We know that we'll pull up a replay on that one. But Bretton West at the moment in the West Performance Racing car, down in 18th position, gained a couple of spots early on. He has got himself in a good little battle. Tom Huggan just ahead, and Tom actually has also had his own little share of issues as well, because he was running up in the 4th position only a couple of laps ago.
We've actually got a copy of that. We'll go to the replay of what happened to Phil Litchfield as well. He's out here by himself, so it looks like he might have done it all by himself.
Yeah, it's down on the braking thing.
Looks like he's just pinched a rear brake going into the hairpin. And depending on your brake bias and the heat in your tyres, it's quite an easy thing to do.
Well, yeah, and the other big issue too you got in that run down in towards turn 7 into the hairpin is right on the racing line. There's a huge bump in the circuit as well. So if you get that little bit wrong, it's going to unsettle the car, and we see there for Phil, he's had the ramifications of that one. So expect to see maybe a few of these guys as they work their way around, maybe shuffle the cars over half to a car width in towards the centre of the track to try and avoid that. But this is now put on a good battle here with Ethan Bass and Jason Bentz for XCM Racing in the number 1 car, trying to work his way through. And this is a hotly contested fight. They're down at Tower Bend at the moment, and not too far off the back of Jesse Butler. That gap 1.4 seconds, but look for them to close it down.
Yeah, Jason Bentz is really pressuring Ethan Bass here and just making sure he's nice and full in his mirrors. I'm sure at some point he's going to do the gentlemanly thing and start flashing him just to really make sure he knows he's there. Some drivers get distracted by it, others don't. Being a full-time night race, probably surprised I haven't seen it as much yet, but I know when the prototype cars start coming through, they're really going to be flashing to let these guys know they're coming through.
Absolutely, and I mean, visibility in these cars very limited in the P2. You don't have a huge amount of room, especially with how low slung they are. So for the GT guys, going to have to be cautious, just to keep a bit of a glance eye on those mirrors, just to see where things are at. But the same can be said to our P2s. A lot of responsibility on them to make those clean passes, and we know just how grip limited a lot of the GT cars are. The P2s can take a little bit of time, work their way through nice and efficiently, exactly like we saw at Suzuka last time out.
Yeah, and if you look at the track map now, you'll see the P2s have really spread themselves out. They're giving each other plenty of room. The GTEs looks like it's very hotly contested. We've got one battle pack there in the GT3s, and I think that's Phil Litchford and Jeremy Franklin. And he's obviously trying to come in, bring his way back through right at the end here in the GTEs. And then you've got one fight here in the GT3s, and that's Chris Taylor and Dave Roberts fighting each other for position, for third position in class.
Yeah, it's a good little fight, as you see on the map there. The GT3 field is widely spread out. We have got a rotation going around. That's Grant Matterford in the Pulse Racing Team black car. He's had a turn down through corner one. Just see whether he can get this car back underway. It looks like he's come back on circuit, but very slow. So I don't know whether he's had a huge moment with the wall. But here's a look at the replay now.
I think he's just gone in a little bit hot and had a bit. Yeah, that's a very interesting crash. It's like the rear stepped and he's just overcorrected a little bit too early.
Yeah, very
unfortunate.
It's an unfortunate spot there because it's really only one line through the turn into turn one there. We'll see whether he's able to get it moving. It looks like it is back under power now, which is good to see, but that will cost him quite a bit of time, and he'll be trying to work his way back throughout the course of the event. As we turn our attention further back forward, Pat Gallo now just getting a move done on his teammate, and actually those guys working together to get themselves back up through the field. It's Pat Gallo and Tom Huggan there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just Pat just letting Tom by, or Tom's shown quite a lot of pace recently in all of our series, actually, in our GTE and GT3 series, so that might have just been a sportsmanship within team there, saying, yep, you're faster than me, you go through. Absolutely, and a lot of these guys, I mean, AMF this season alone, especially, have really branched out quite a bit more with the GT3s now on a Wednesday night, and obviously the Stalwart series, the Sunday night GT series, where a lot of these guys get a very good run with all these cars. Do you think for the guys that run that, Ryan, that really sort of helped them get to grips with these cars? Obviously, we know the BMW and the Lamborghini are the two favoured cars in the Wednesday night series, and the Corvette, the Porsche, and the Ferrari. Well, the Ferrari doesn't get a huge rep in the GTEs. It is a very comfortable car to drive now. Yes, the Ferrari's a lot more comfortable to drive now. It was a bit scary a few seasons ago. iRacing made some tweaks and made it a lot nicer, and then Resident Stig, obviously for our fixed setup series, made it a hell of a lot nicer. The guys have obviously got a luxury in this series of open setups, which is very new to us here at AMF. We've always run fixed setup series, so allowing an open setup series, if we see Chris Pellett in the faster car making a move into the hairpin. The fixed setups is something we've always done, so allowing these guys to have open setups, we figured for a 4-hour race once a month we'll give these guys open setups, and the teams can really tailor the car to how they want to drive it.
Definitely, and I think especially for this race, obviously the Sebring 12-hour was only a few weeks ago, and for a lot of the guys that ran in that, this is probably a very good event for them to come to, already having a huge amount of pre-work being able to be established in these cars, get the setups almost dialed in, and maybe some just minor tweaks with those recent iRacing updates. Yeah,
look, exactly right. Our original plan was actually run last weekend, but in my great wisdom and knowledge whilst setting up the calendar, I didn't realise that last weekend was Easter. So we had to move it back 1 week because we figured that Easter was probably going to be the worst time of year to run an event. So we decided to move it back 1 more week. So our plan was to run the weekend after Sebring, but that unfortunately was Easter.
Well, I mean, you can't maybe have the ice cream on the pit wall, but you can definitely have the chalky eggs out there. So it could have been interesting to see the guys just kicking back, coming for a pit stop. Not yet. Wait till we finish our eggs.
Wait till we finish our eggs. As we see the LMP2s going past Grant Matterford there. Or William Mitchell, I think it might even be. Just going through the LMP2 cars whilst we've had a car just go off track there. I think that was Chris Taylor has gone off track.
Down in 27th position at the moment. So it is Chris Taylor for the Medina Engineering's BMW there. He's had a bit of a moment. We'll get the car back underway, but that's going to drop him down quite a few positions. But as you're saying too, P2's right in the middle of our GT3 traffic at the moment. They're already progressed through, or our race leaders have already worked their way up through to 22nd at the moment, and that is currently held by Dylan Burris, who is our lead GT3 car. So they've almost gone through the entire GT3 field very, very quickly. We're only 8 laps into this event.
Yeah, 8 laps. I didn't quite expect the LMP2s to be that much faster around this track, but we can actually have a look at the lap times for each class here, and as you can see, the LMP2s are a good 14 seconds a lap faster than the GT3 cars, so that's a big differential. GT3 cars lapping in 2 minutes, so it's a big differential, and they are going to catch them quite quickly. So being multi-class racing, all of these drivers are just going to have to really be patient and choose their passes well. The slower class cars obviously going to have to watching their mirrors, and the faster cars just be a little bit patient when they go for their move, and don't push the limits, because especially being night time, if they make the move too late, these drivers may not see them in time. As we see Scott Wieslowski going down the inside and getting very, very close to a Pulse Racing Team Lamborghini there.
That's not what you want to see as you come through Sunset Bend, because the grip is very limited through there. If you can get those moves done before it's just dispense of another car in towards turn 1, it's the place to go. Coincidentally, and I don't know how well iRacing timed it for tonight's event, but there was a fantastic little video came out tonight with Daniel Morad around the use of multi-class cars. So I wonder if a few of the guys maybe have seen that little bit of additional etiquette being shown tonight as they continue to progress their way around. Yeah,
I did. One of the drivers posted that video in our Discord channel earlier on today, so hopefully quite a few drivers did watch it and have paid a little bit of attention to it and understood that, you know, multi-class racing, it's difficult, and you really do have to show a lot of patience and be very, very smart about what you're doing. It's not just racing the people around you, but it's worrying about the cars in either the slower classes or the faster classes around you, and really being mindful of what their limits are around the track as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, the bigger thing too is obviously with these, you're going to pick up a slow car at the worst opportunity where you're potentially battling for a battle, but at the same time, you might get a break and you'll get through on it, and then your competitor will be stuck behind. So it's a very big ebb and flow for all of these guys. So they'll just judge the time, obviously. So we're 15 minutes in, we're actually just about to tick over 16 minutes in. Still a huge amount of distance for these guys to cover. So like you said on lap 1, you can't win it on the first one, but you can definitely throw it away. So just taking time and patience there as we jump back up to the front of our GTE field at the moment. It's battle's starting to heat up again. Butler out front, 0.8 of a second gap over Ethan Bass, who is working his way back through after the little moment earlier on in the event, and he's actually been able to get a little bit of an advantage over Jason Bence now. That gap's at just on a second, so they work their way out of turn 7, and you get a really good shot as we ride on board with just how much the suspension is working as the guys transit over the old airfield in towards the new tarmac section.
There you do get that fantastic brake glow as well in the hard braking zone. So yeah, these cars do look fantastic at night time.
Absolutely. And then you throw in too, obviously you've got the little identifier lights as well, the LEDs on the top that every team sort of sets up slightly different, which is good. But yeah, it's interesting for them to work their way through, and no doubt all the spotters are working their best to try and see who's out there at the moment. This fight looking very handy though as they come down through into Le Mans. There's not a lot of difference between either of the two Porsches as they cycle their way through, and the gap hovering very comfortably at 0.8 of a second now.
Yeah, look, I'm not surprised that the Porsche is doing so well here. This track really does suit the Porsche's style versus probably the Ferrari or the Corvette. Just the way in which the Porsche handles. If you can get your head around how to drive the Porsche, this is a very good Porsche track.
Absolutely. And I remember some fantastic shots of Porsches in, I think it was GT3 coming through, or it might have been GT Cup going through there in the day in the IMSA series many years ago, that you see them bucking and kicking up two wheels as they work their way through. So it's a real driver corner there. If you can get the car set up working well, it works very comfortably. Chris Pallett now still working his way through the rest of the GTEs at the moment.
And he's hot on his heels is his teammate there, Lockhart Brownlee. He's caught up a bunch onto Chris Pallett. I don't know if Chris has just had trouble stuck behind traffic or what, but Lockhart Brownlee's really all over him now.
Well, we saw that from a few teams in the last event. Both the Fusion Sim cars were very quick out on circuit as well, so hopefully nothing like what we saw last time out when they did have a little bit of collision contact, but they're working through quite comfortably here as they get down in towards turn 7. That's pass on one of the C8s, and both these two just progressing through quite nicely at the moment.
And that was a prime example there of multi-class racing. You know, the Corvette decided it was his turn to go through the corner, and Lockhart just had to make sure you gave that Corvette enough room and not just stick it down the inside, because if you had stuck it down the inside there, we would have had a crash, and you know that's your race over 20 minutes into the race. So, you know, great awareness there from Lockhart Brownlee to realise that the Corvette had to turn in, so you just let him have that room, and you know he's barely lost any time to Chris. He's already back onto Chris's tail, so it's not very hard to do to just give that small amount of respect and space to the other drivers.
Absolutely, and the more I watch these two continue their way around, it really reminds me of the Corvettes at Le Mans many times, where you see those two team cars sort of working together to just draft a little bit, save a bit of fuel, and continue on. Out front, though, the gap between Justin Rugia and Chris Arun is still ebbing and flowing. It's down to 1/10 of a second as they work their way down through turn 1. There a little bit of lap traffic to contend with here, and potentially this is Chris's best shot to try and get a move here done on Justin. Yeah,
he's quite literally all over him, isn't he?
Yeah, not much room left. He's got a couple of cars just ahead. It's our class leaders at the moment, both Ethan Bass and Jesse Butler up ahead of these guys. They're going to work their way through down in towards turn 7 here. You see them move right over, avoid that bump. And we should see these two both sneak their way through. That's a great pass down the inside, and this fight's going to continue on.
Yeah, it will. And if you look at the lap times there on the screen, you know, lap 9, Rugia lost half a second to Aon, and then in lap 10 he clawed that time back, and then lap 11 he's lost almost 9/10 of a second. So clearly traffic's got something to do with the play there, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these two guys go. They were very, very closely contended, these two teams, at Daytona prior to an incident for the number 3 car, which put them out of contention, but they were closely battled for the majority of that race. So it'll be interesting to see how they go here tonight.
Absolutely. At the moment, they've got a pretty comfortable gap now between the next cars that they're going to start coming up on. So our next car will be one of the GT3, or our last in class GT3, Hugh McLaughlin. For Pace Syndicate Racing. He's down in towards turn 2 at the moment, while these guys are now working their way down through Sunset Bend. So a bit of time for these guys to get up to speed, use the pace of these LMP2 cars, which are absolutely fantastic to drive around here. Might be a nice opportunity. We can jump on board maybe with Chris and just get a look at the wheel work as he follows in behind Justin for this lap.
By the looks of that car there for Rival Autosport, they've got the front end dialed in very, very well. It's there's not much steering recorrections through the corners or anything like that, so the front end looks like it's really pointy. He's able to steer it in and just really hold his steering direction and not have to correct himself much mid-corner, so it's looked like a very good race car.
Yeah, look really, really comfortable out on field. We're just keeping an eye on the sector times now that they've crossed over. And on that one too, Justin Ritchie now just setting his purple lap there, a 146.31. So, we've seen a couple of seconds come off these from when we first looked at the laps across all of our field. But as you say, in the middle section there, Chris's car looking very, very comfortable through sector 3 and 5. He had a little bit more point in the front end and able to gain a little bit more of a time. And also there, as you see up on the middle of the screen, looks like all of our class cars now starting to get back into that rhythm, similar to what we saw in qualifying. The GT3s are now just a bit over a second behind what we saw from them earlier on in qualifying. GTE cars not that far off their outright pace at the moment.
No, they're not. The track's probably quite well rubbered in by now. They've had about 4.5 hours of running prior to this 20 minutes of race, so it's close to 5 hours of running on this track. It was only 20% rubbered in to start, so they will have had to have laid a fair bit of rubber. But as this race goes on, I think the temperature's going to drop, and the times are going to drop when more rubber gets laid down too.
Absolutely, and as it comes through, especially with the cool temperatures, we see a very precarious move down through the final corner onto the back straight there. As you say, with the temperatures coming down, the amount of rubber that's going onto the circuit as well, these cars are getting a little bit quicker again, and I can't wait to see what the guys come to when they finally get around to doing their final laps just prior to taking the pit stops. These things are going to be like grease lightning.
Yeah, they are. It'll be interesting to see how they've set their car up too. They might be a complete nut handful on empty tanks. It'll be interesting to see how the guys go. These cars, with a light front end over bumps, could be very, very interesting.
Definitely, and they're going to have to keep an eye on it. We see a few more moves like that, as we saw down into the back straight there. You can find yourself getting knocked out of second position very easily. Further back, some big moves going on with the two Fusion cars getting through. Pat Gallo just bringing the Mach 1 Esports Ferrari through. Very wide entry through Sunset there. He's going to get back under contention and go again. Colin Schweck just went through on him, so Schweck's had a big moment. He's dropped a long way down into 16th position now.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Looks like Schweck's actually gone in for a pit.
Yeah, had a very early pit stop there. Minute transit time. Actually, it would have been a little bit longer than that, probably from where he's come in, based on the pits, the start finish of the lap, and around a minute time stuck in the lane there. So we assumed full set of rubber going on and fuel for that car.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just reading a note here from Race Control. Car 862 was issued a drive-through penalty for a start procedure breach. They've breached our starting procedures, balking the drivers instead of having maintaining speed on the start procedure. So that was car 862, which is Dylan Burse in the GT3, which he's still in the lead. I think he's serving his pit stop now, actually. Yeah, he's serving his drive-through penalty now, which is unfortunate for them. And then it promotes Martin Silvassi, Dave Roberts, and Nathan Anderson up into the podium positions.
Yeah, it's an awkward one for the race leader there, but he will come back in. Only drops 3 spots as a result of that, so he'd already built a pretty comfortable margin prior to having to come through and serve that penalty, so look for them to work their way back up. Nathan Anderson just ahead in the Pulse Racing Lamborghini, and Dave Roberts, as you say, just a little further ahead in the Pace Syndicate Lamborghini as well. So those guys have been in a pretty hotly contested fight, as everyone trying to come down. I think we've got 3 different classes all together out on track between our GTEs, GT3 and P2 cars now.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about with drivers, making sure they give each other plenty of room, because it can get pretty hairy and pretty scary very quickly. So, and that's Dylan Burse putting a move on Nathan Anderson. Nathan Anderson just not having a part of it. He's just let him go there. Dylan Burse looks probably a little bit miffed that he's been given a drive-through penalty. And look, we'll put that down to the guys in the Drop Bear Motorsport entry only entered today, so they may have not read the entire rulebook, and unfortunately we do require all drivers to read the rulebook prior to race start, and they may have just missed the start procedure rules there.
Yeah, and that's a big one too. I mean, it's a very comprehensive rulebook put together for not only this championship event, but all the AMF league races at the moment as well. So a lot of information and very useful for all these guys to keep an eye on. And no doubt they'll be doing a very thorough read through at the conclusion of this race. But since coming back from the pit stop, the penalty infringement that Dylan had, he's now pricked himself up into second in class again. He's got 4.5 seconds back to Martin Silvassi, but I mean, at the rate he came through on both Nathan Anderson and Dave Roberts, that car is looking very, very comfortable on its tyres.
Yeah, I think it is. I think if we go back and if we look at the fastest lap times for the classes, and we look there, you see Dylan's the best part of a second faster than the rest of the GT3 field, so not surprising that he's coming through them at such a rate there. You know, the rest of the GT3 field are still in the 2 minutes, and he's already dropped into the mid 159s.
Oh yeah, he's very, very quick out there. I'm just having a look at his sector times compared to Martin Silvassi on the last lap, but I mean, they were almost identical throughout the entirety of that lap, although the little bit of advantage that Dylan was able to get was down through that second to last sector, where he gained just a couple of tenths of a second, and similarly in the middle of the circuit as well. So the BMW, a little bit longer wheelbase than the Lamborghini, very comfortable, especially around this sort of a circuit, to get the most out of it.
Yeah, it probably suits the BMW a little bit better at this track here, but the Lamborghini will obviously be able to stretch its legs on the 2 straights, or 3 straights I should say, and we all know that Lamborghini's very, very fast in a straight line, so look, I think it's going to come down to setup here. You know, they might have a very, very aggressive setup to start the car off, and it may taper away as the stint goes in. It'll be interesting to see how the guys go with tyres here and what they do with their tyre strategies as well. But yeah, he's definitely taken some time out of Silvassi here if you look at the sectors.
Yeah, definitely. We'll continue pressing on. We're already seeing quite a few purple sectors coming up on our timing and scoring at the moment as well. Kelvin Dent had a cracking lap so far this time by quicker sector 2 and 3. Justin Rougier actually now has dropped into second position. So the rival Autosports car has managed to sneak ahead and gain a 8/10 advantage over them. They were very quick through the second to last sector and the final run through Sunset Bend there. So it's all starting to happen out front as we're getting close to around halfway through this field load at the moment. We're seeing some interesting things starting to play, and maybe this is a little bit of the strategy starting to come into mix.
We just got the pass here from Chris on Justin Rougier as well. Looks like it's going to be into Sunset.
Yeah, a really easy run. Pulls it at the nose out very early on and just drives it in nicely there. Justin just sitting in behind, didn't really need to make anything of it in this early phase of the race. And he'll just settle in and maybe do something similar to what we saw from the likes of like James Scott in AOSC last night, where didn't need to run the quickest out overall, just saving a little bit of fuel here and there and trying to get themselves back into contention.
Yeah, we're half an hour into a 4-hour race. There's no need to push the point there. You could see he backed out of it very early. Let Chris have the corner. Didn't want to get involved. Didn't want to have a tangle there. There's no point in having a tangle this early in. And you know, Justin Rougier obviously being a real world race car driver as well. He's been here. He's done that, so he knows what to do in that situation. And it's better to keep racing than it is to put your car in the wall.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the last thing you want is a huge time infringement, not only from the repairs to getting the cars back underway, but the tow time associated with that as well. So not ideal for him, and I think this is the better part of Vela just sticking in where he needs to and progressing on with his race. I mean, he's not losing any time in that second position either, so look for him to be quite good. Having a look back here at Hugh McLaughlin, just having a moment down in towards Le Mans there, just rotating wide, and fortunate for him, was able to get that car, or where it did stop was out of harm's way there, so he was able to get back underway with no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it looked like he was just carrying probably a little bit too much corner speed, and just the rear end just gave up, just didn't want to play a game anymore, and around he went.
Yeah, should be able to get back underway without too much issue there. And I don't think he'll have much of an issue as far as the tyres are concerned at this phase of the race. I mean, they are halfway through that stint, as we were saying before. So any life you do knock out of him early on is only going to hinder that run towards the back end of this stint. So hopefully he should be able to settle that car back down. Back in GT3, however, Dylan Burst has really cut down that advantage that Martin Silvassi had. It was 4.5 seconds not that long ago. It's down to 0.6 now. And those guys are going to be right in the mix of it. As have a quick look at our GTE class leader, Jesse Butler, having a very solid run. He's gained 3 positions since the start of the event, and now holds a just over 2.2 second advantage over Ethan Bath in the Texan Fitz's Zeus car.
Yeah, Jesse's running really consistent lap times. If we look at his lap history here, very, very consistent, mid 56s all the way through. In the last lap, quite a low 56. So very, very consistent from Butler. It's what we've come to expect from him in the last couple of seasons. So he'll just come out there and he's giving himself a nice little lead there, and he's just going to set his laps and hopefully hand his car over straight to his teammate.
Absolutely, and probably a nice advantage for him too. The Porsche that he's in at the moment, he's been very comfortable in that car for quite a few seasons in the GT series as well. So it's a car and driver combination that works very efficiently, and we're seeing that again tonight. Dylan Burst now has managed to claw his way back up into the lead of our GT3 field, just getting a move done on the run in towards Sunset Bend over Martin Silvassi, the Trick Esports team car there, and we'll watch these two as they work their way down the front straight in towards turn 1. And the BMW has a nice turn of speed, actually able to create a little bit more of an advantage as they turn in towards turn 1.
Yeah, Dylan Burst is showing great speed. He's only just recently started racing with AMF, but in the races he has been with us, he's shown tremendous speed. And he's actually partnered with Jackson Susel and Harlow, so most of us know him by now, and he's got some tremendous speed underneath him as well. So I think these guys will be the team to beat tonight in the GT3 class.
Well, it's a very formidable team. I mean, those guys are very, Jackson Susel and Harlow especially, very accomplished driver in quite a few different categories in iRacing, and don't see those guys come through quite strong. Don't discount Martin Silvassi though. I mean, he has been very strong in a myriad of GT cars, whether it's GTE, GT3, and as we saw last time out at Suzuka with Trick Esports, they managed to come home with the win. So look for them to take sort of the long advantage runs that they can, and they'll be playing it out for the long game early on.
Oh, look, and this is the great part about enduro racing is you never say never, because anything can happen, and you could be sitting in 3rd or 4th place, and before you know it, you could be sitting in 1st come the end of the race. So the big key here, and we've always said it in my team, is it's endurance racing. You've got to be in it to win it, and there's no point having a bent car halfway through an endurance race. Keep it straight and see what happens come the final stint.
Absolutely. It pays huge dividends if you can manage to do that. We have got the Tesseract car down in pit lane for their stop, along with Phil Morton in the Texan Fitzy's car coming in as well. So some very early stops starting to take place for our P2 cars, which is probably a little earlier than we expected, only at 40 minutes.
Yeah, I would have expected somewhere between the 40 to 45 minute mark. We're only 37 minutes into the race, so it's a bit early. The GTE car pitting, that's very, very early for them. Normally they can get it close to an hour out of a car, so there may be some problems with that car with Philip Morton.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye and see what's going on with those guys. But we'll keep an eye on the pit stop times as well, because this will give us a nice representative time for an almost empty car to see what we're going to expect later on in this one. And
sorry, it's not Phil Morton. Phil Morton's in the LMP car. It's actually Ryan Lee in the Porsche who's sitting in pit lane. I'm not quite sure why he's down there in the Medina entry. They may be out of the race already.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen Ryan actually complete a lap at this phase of the race, so I'd say at this point it'll be a done run for them, but we'll wait to see whether that car does get released and underway. The rest of our P2 cars now in the lane for their first stops tonight. Chris in, Kelvin Dent has come in, Lockhart Brownlee, Chris Pallett, Ben Cornett, Corey McFarland and Scott Sislowski. The big surprise one though, Justin Ruscia has continued on for another couple of laps.
And that may just be the Justin Ruggi's ability to fuel save a little bit better than the rest of these guys. They may be running a different fuel map than everybody else, running the long game, trying to get an extra lap out of their stints. Their strategy, they may have worked out if they can do an extra lap per stint, they can save a stop somewhere, or, they're obviously got a plan there, but the ability to go one lap longer obviously will give them a lot more strategy come the end of the race.
Yeah, it does create a very flexible window for these guys. And I mean, Justin, very fast in his own right. He's teamed up with an incredibly accomplished driver as well tonight in the form of SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, and going to be jumping in board the P2 car tonight. And quite a few have seen throughout the course of the week, Shane doing a lot of testing to get the most out of this car as well.
Yeah, look, and Shane was with Justin in the first race at Daytona, and they both had some fantastic pace, and they were battling with Chris in the rival Autosport. So looks like that battle's going to continue tonight between these two cars. So it'd be very interesting to see how they go.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye to see whether Justin decides to bring the car in this time by, or whether he's going to take another lap.
No, he's going to take another lap.
Getting fantastic economy.
Yeah, that is brilliant economy. It looks like he's about to lap the 918 car of Regis Stockett, who hasn't pitted either. So, that's fantastic economy, or maybe 918 has pitted.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we have seen Regis in, so they came in just a couple of laps ago, lap 20. They're one of the first cars to come in to complete their stop there, and back underway. It looks like fuel only going in for these cars at the moment. Most stops around the 33-second mark, and we're expecting a bit around a minute by the time the guys decide to throw tyres at these cars. So maybe some double stints early on just to get accustomed with it, get yourselves into a position. And as we can see up on the track map, the cars are very equally spread out amongst the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, the track, they're quite spread out, and if we look at the stint lengths here, most of the cars have decided to do 21 laps. Rouge's on 22, going for his 23rd. So by the time he comes past the line again for his pit stop, we would assume this lap, that'll be 23 laps. So he's gone 2 laps longer than the rest of the field. So definitely interested to see what their strategy is versus the rest of the field.
Absolutely, and I wonder too, obviously with this being an open setup too, the fuel maps and engine maps are open for these guys to choose. I wonder if they're playing with that a little bit more to try and save that little bit of fuel, maybe a little bit of a lift and coast on the run into a few of the corners as well will help them out.
Yeah, most definitely. Like you were touching on before, we saw a lot of it last night in AOSC with James Scott with a lot of lifting, coasting and saving a lot of fuel as Justin Ruggi comes into the lane now. And we'll jump on Chris and we'll just see whether the undercut's going to work here or whether or not they're going to come out around about the same times.
Yeah, well, Chris has now just exited out through Tower. He's on the run up towards Le Mans there. We'll keep an eye to see how this one unfolds. Ruggia has now got to a stop in the box there, and it is ticking away. It looks like he is going to stay on board this car at 8 seconds now. And for Chris, he just starts his run now down the back straight, heading up towards Sunset Bend. So Ruggia's been able to make
the car's not on jack, so he's clearly only taking fuel for this stint.
Yeah, and that will see it about the 33-second stop for fuel. Maybe a little bit longer, given he has emptied the tank a little bit further. Chris now working his way through the final corner down Sunset Bend. And for Ruggia, still stationary, so trying to get as much fuel as possible in. He's now down and away, and this will see Chris now come across the line and take the lead of this race. How big will the gap be at the conclusion of Justin being able to get back out on circuit? And as he comes back up to speed now, we're looking at about 3.2 seconds. So a little bit more costly. The stop time was about 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds longer with the use of that little bit extra fuel that Ruggia took from those couple of laps.
Yeah, it's just under 3 seconds, the gap. So he's lost a little bit of time by going those extra laps, but what has he gained in strategy come the end of the race?
Well, and that's the big thing. He will definitely play himself into contention. This maybe affords them a slightly lower stops later on in the back end of the race, but we will wait to see on that. Justin, though, does have to be a bit cautious. So Kelvin Dent has just closed that gap down with those stops completing, and he has 1.8 seconds now, an advantage over Kelvin as well in third position.
Just jumping onto the GTEs here, we've got Tom Huggins still trying to chase down Jason Bentz for the final podium position here in the GTE class, and if he does manage to pass Bentz, which is no easy feat, it will make it a Porsche 123 in class. So the Porsche is clearly winning out here in the GTE class.
Yeah, and it's a similar story too to what we saw last time at Suzuka. The Porsche was very comfortable along the run up through the S's and up towards the top part of the circuit, but we did see Jason Bentz being extremely quick though in the Ferrari, one of the quicker cars out on circuit at the moment. He's continued that form around here tonight, so he's batting a little bit above the average of what we've seen for quite a few of the Ferrari drivers, but take nothing away from him. 2 spots gained already early on in the race. He is looking very comfortable now.
Yeah, and look, he's already closed the gap up to under 4/10 now, so he's really pushing to either make Bentz make a mistake or just to get the pass done.
And the hard part for Bentz too, he does have a little bit of lap traffic just ahead of him as well, so that will be causing a little bit of a hindrance, maybe artificially dropping that advantage down. He's going to get the move done up in towards Le Mans here, gets it through nicely, and fortunately for Tom there, he's able to follow suit and comes through no harm there for him.
Yeah, the GT3 was quite accommodating there, let him go through quite easily.
Yeah, it's a tricky one too, because in a lot of instances you'd see most of the guys just tailing, maybe lift off a bit, try not to get involved in that and maybe settle themselves down. But this is a fantastic scrap for the minor placings at the moment. Bentz doing a fantastic job in the Ferrari to hold Tom Huggin at bay at the moment.
Yeah, Tom's not going to let him go away easy though. Tom's shown some incredible pace in recent times, so he's definitely going to make Bentz earn this position, and going to push him all the way.
Absolutely, and these guys have now got a little bit of gap now. There is some lap GT3 traffic just a little bit further ahead. In the next couple of corners, they will find themselves back in and amongst it, with down around 24th and 25th position. So that's Martin Silvassi and Nathan Anderson in their own little fight. Dylan Burstow has checked out immensely in the GT3 since getting past Martin. He's brought that gap now to 7.5 seconds early on. So that little driving infringement that we heard of on the opening lap, where it caused balking, hasn't slowed them down at all. But we have got a P2 car now that's rotated down at turn 10 there, back underway. That was Regis Stockhart has gone around, but he's managed to get that car back underway also.
We might just go, I think we've got to look at that.
This is on the run up in towards turn 10, and actually done it all on his own there. Just lost the back end on the initial entry, and just has to wait for everyone to come through.
Just asked too much of those rear tyres, carried a little bit too much speed, and yeah, the rest is history. As Bentz is now stuck behind a couple of GT3 cars, he's going to get a good run, and that may give him a gap to Huggin, and he's already gapped that out to 6/10. Whether or not Huggin's going to be able to get past these GT3s prior to sunset, I don't think he's going to.
No, Bentz managed to time that very well there, using the draft 2 of the Lamborghini just ahead to sort of help him come through as well. So that's afforded him a little bit of an extension now. The gap has extended now to 1 second. So that played quite comfortably for him there. But now that Tom Huggin has been able to work his way through, we'll be sure to see that gap start to close down again.
Unfortunately, the car 45 of Chris Pellet's had a bit of an incident as well. I'll jump on board here and see what's happened. Looks like it may just be, just the lock of the brake, and he's looped himself.
Yeah, it's another one of those drivers getting caught out on that bump on the run in towards the braking zone just before you turn the car in as well. So if you guys are going to have fallen foul of that early on, I wonder what the the teammates and the swaddles will be saying about trying to avoid that one?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be, be a little bit nicer to your brake pedal coming in there, and maybe slow down a little bit on your downshifts to stop that. It could be a bit of compression braking and compression lock there in the brakes, so it'll just be, take it a little bit easier and not push quite so hard.
Yeah, definitely, and we're already seeing these guys working their way around. We're probably about 12 minutes away from the next round of stops, which will be both our GTE and GT3 cars at the moment. Those guys setting still some very comfortable laps at the moment. The pace has sort of settled down a little bit more now. Our front-running GT3 cars, or GTE cars, down in the 156 or low 156s at the moment. So they have backed up just a fraction from the 55s they were doing a little bit earlier on. But again, that'll be starting to be just looking after the tyres and managing them through. Maybe double stinting again, similar to what we've seen from our P2 cars.
Yeah, just settling into that rhythm. They've only got, as you said, between 10 to 12 minutes left in this stint, so the fuel's wearing down, but the tyres probably wearing out as well. It'll be very interesting to see what the GTE and GT3 drivers do, whether they take tyres. Knowing the GT3 cars, they're probably going to take tyres because those things chew the tyres very, very easily. But whether or not the GTE guys will be taking the tyres, especially after iRacing have updated the tyre model and the tyre wear is a lot higher in these GT cars now, so double stinting and triple stinting is nowhere near as easy as what it used to be. Not like what the prototype drivers can do.
Well, yeah, and a lot of that will then also come down to set up how much camber do you run on these cars and where do you go from there. I know when we went back and did the iRacing 24-hour event, particularly in the P2 cars, we almost got, or did manage to get at some points, 4 stints out of a set of tyres, depending on how much camber you run. So you can look after them pretty well, and I'm sure with what iRacing have done here, a lot of these guys have spent a huge amount of time updating setups and looking at tyre wear patterns and things like that. Maybe they've knocked the cambers off just marginally in the rear to try and extend back to that 2 tyre cycle runs that we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they're doing there as we look at Dave Roberts here in the Pace Syndicate car, and he's kind of he's about 6 seconds off the car in front and about 8 seconds off the car behind, so he's kind of having a bit of a lonely old race and just trying to stay out of the road of all of the LMPs that come flying through here.
Yeah, he's being very forthcoming, just dropping over to the outside line just to let them maintain the racing line. But he's going to have to be cautious because that will hinder him just a little bit as we see him getting up over the curb. So possibly a slowdown coming his way from iRacing there. We'll wait and see. But if he just holds the racing line efficiently, most of those quicker cars are just going to navigate their way through quite comfortably. But he's taken every opportunity to look after that car early on. As we've got a few more battles going on. 4th and 5th in our P2 car with Lockhart Brownlee and Ben Cornett still heating up. Those guys only 9/10 of a second as they work their way up through Sunset Bend, and we're keeping an eye still. Nathan Anderson down in towards turn 1. He's got cars all around him. We've just had the P2 leaders go through. He's now got GTE cars starting to close in behind, and that is... I think that might be
second behind
Silva,
and he's got Silvassi right in front of him. And that's the battle I was looking at, just to see how this Pulse Racing Team car goes up against the Trick Esports car. Both of these guys have been very evenly matched through this entire stint. So, Nathan's closing it down to almost 8/10 now, with the GTE car going down the inside there. Pat Gallo.
Yeah, it's a nice move down in through the middle there, and just enough room for both those guys to squeak through. So Silvassi, a little bit of work, or gets a little bit of a reprieve, as Anderson has to navigate that car as well. And this fight's going to continue on. We do have another P2 car coming in the lane for what would appear to be a second stop for these guys. So Tim Himbry in the lane.
Who we just mentioned, Lockhart Brownlee was having a great race, and looks like he's had a bit of a moment. That's a scary moment.
Yeah, you don't like to see a car going wide, especially through Big Bend there. It's a huge high-speed run, and you're trying to avoid the GT car just ahead and using a little bit more road than he probably needed to, as we switch our attention back to this fight for the third position or second position at the moment, with Anderson still trying to close that gap back up to Silvassi, and the quick GTE cars starting to work their way through.
Yeah, they certainly are, and but Pacello going down the inside there is Silvassi, and looks like the West Performance car is going to get the move done on Silvassi as well, and that's given Nathan Anderson, he's closed up almost 6/10 just in that Sunset Boulevard there, so lap traffic really does play a part in these battles between these guys, especially in the slower classes.
Yeah, absolutely. You need momentum is the biggest advantage that the GTE cars or GT3 cars do have around here, and you lose a little bit of that momentum whether you're the leading or the chasing car. It does hinder you just a bit there. It takes a while to come through, as you see another one of the P2 cars working their way through and just taking the wide line. They'll slot back in. Expect to see a move down the inside of Silvassi here, and he gets that one done quite nicely as Silvassi comes back over to cover the run into turn 7, and just holding on that gap now down to 0.4 of a second for our second and third in class at the moment for GT3. Jump on board here with Nathan Anderson. This will be a good run because they have a little bit of traffic closing in around them. We've got another P2 car working its way through on these guys. It's Corey McFarlane closing in, so expect to see a flash of a P2 car working its way through as they head up towards Tower Bend.
And then, look, the Lamborghini does have that advantage there with that nice big screen there as a rear vision mirror, allowing them to see who's behind them. It's a very nice advantage there.
Yeah, a lot of these cars run. I'm not a fan of the one on the Lamborghini in the middle of the screen there, where you want good real estate to look at your apexes. It does get a little bit in the way, but these guys using good advantage to get around that and continue this fight on. The gap, well, we saw those two prototypes work their way through. Didn't change too much at all. It was a couple of tenths advantage back to Martin Silvassi as they head down the back straight now in towards Sunset Bend. So these guys are managing that traffic coming through very efficiently at the moment. A quick shout out to our leader in class at the moment, Dylan Burse, has extended the gap now 13 seconds on these guys as well. So he's done a very comfortable job out front since getting back through following the drive-through penalty that we saw earlier on. Our leaders in LMP2 at the moment have really started to spread out a little bit more now. Chris Aaron for Rival Autosports there with a 3.7 second advantage over Justin Rusha. He's been able to hold that since the first round of pit stops went through, and nice competitive lap times for him. He was actually 8/10 quicker last time by over Justin, who we drop back to now in the Apex Hunters United Esports #1 entry. Lead the opening stanza of this race, took a couple of additional laps before his first pit stop, and then ultimately did take a bit of a hit coming back out. Kelvin Dent has had a very quiet race. We haven't spoken a lot about him. He's been very quiet and under the radar, but finds himself now in third position, 1.4 seconds off the back of Justin Rugier. So a fantastic run for these guys as well. In our
I was going to say, and a shout out to Kelvin, he's one of our international drivers tonight too, so it's nice to see the internationals getting involved in this series as well.
Absolutely, he's done a standout job, and if I remember correctly, we did see him having a drive too at Suzuka as well, and they had another good showing out for those guys as well. In our GTE field class at the moment, Jesse Butler gained 3 spots early on. He's had a very quiet run at the front in the Mach 1 Esports Porsche, the 333 car, ahead of Ethan Bass, who had a moment early on in the race. As we see, Jesse now comes in for his first pit stop. Ethan Bass will take over the lead there, and Jason Benz also staying out this time by Tom Huggan, has dropped in the lane for his stop. So our GTE field starting to come in, a couple of minutes shy of the 1 hour mark. This is a great run for these guys.
GT3 leaders come in as well, so they've decided it's time to pull the trigger and come in, and it looks like Silvassi and Anderson are going to stay out. No, Anderson's coming to pit, Silvassi's staying out.
Yeah, that's interesting to see. So some interesting strategy plays already being shown here early on for quite a few of these cars, with both GTE and GT3 field taking some different approaches, which is great to see, much like we saw for the P2 cars. So while these guys cycle through again, quick shout out to series sponsors for helping this one out. Seal Batteries, who have come on board to not only sponsor this event, but also the GT series on Sunday night, and I believe also the GT3 series on the Wednesday night as well. Sydney Computers, who have come out to also support the 3 events, along with DM Cinematography for this one. We'll be putting up the post-race photos later on. And for anyone interested in looking to join as well, please jump over to the AMF Facebook page. There's a link to the Discord where you can join up and come and have a run in this championship as well. It'd be great to see you on board. And again, if you'd like to check out any of the videos for the AMF GT series, they have now taken production full in-house. It's been a massive undertaking during the off-season for this iRacing calendar season. And not only are they broadcasting this fantastic event, the AEC once a month endurance event, they also have the GT series on both a Sunday and a Wednesday night. You can come and have a run and get your car up in the lights as well.
Yeah, all the links are actually in our posts on our Facebook page and our YouTube for each event, so just follow the links and it'll take you to everywhere you need to go. And yeah, if you want to come and have a run with us, everyone's welcome to race with us, so by all means come and have a race with us.
And as we touched on too before, very in-depth rulebook for all of these championships as well. So a lot of time and effort in the back end to bring all these fantastic events, and some absolutely standout racing all the way through. As we have a look at our class leader in LMP2 at the moment for Rival Autosports, they have had a fantastic run so far. They continued to extend the gap now over Justin Ruggier, who's still in second place. The gap now just shy of 5 seconds. As they continue on. Last pitted lap 21, so not too far from halfway through their tank of fuel at the moment. We're likely to see them come in soon, and this will be a full service stop when they do come through. The GTEs, the rest of our drivers who didn't come through last lap, are now in. Ethan Bass, Jackson Scrub, Pat Gallows in, Greg Chandler, Lucas McAuliffe, and we actually have a change in the XCM2 entry with Jacob Schrubb now taking over that car.
Yeah, which is interesting. I didn't really expect to see driver changes this early in the races. We see the Martin Silvassi's now just been overtaken by Dylan Burse whilst stationary in the lane. But the real interesting here is Nathan Anderson coming through here. Where will he come out compared to Silvassi?
Yeah, as we have a look, Silvassi now down and away. He's just got out and been able to release the limiter here as he works his way up towards turn 1. We'll keep an eye on second place. Actually, Silvassi's going to lose that spot, so the extra lap starting to hurt a few of these guys. But again, as you said earlier, Ryan, this is going to help them in the long run. They can maybe save a little bit of fuel on the next stop or use that to their advantage at the back end of this race.
Yeah, it certainly does. So the undercut clearly works here. That stationary time and letting the tyres cool down just gives that little bit of extra pace versus an hour of flat out on the tyres. So it'll be interesting. I think tyre change as well. So we had a tyre change there for Silvassi. Looks like all the GT3s are changing tyres and the GTEs are not. So the GTEs look like they're going to double stint their tyres, and the GT3s look like they're going to change their tyres every stint. So you would assume that the GT3 teams are probably going to do their driver change in the middle stint. Let a driver do 2 stints and let the second driver finish the race off. So it'll be interesting to see how the two, especially in this fight here between the Trick Esports and Pulse, how the secondary drivers compare. You could throw a blanket over Anderson and Silvassi, so hopefully the secondary drivers for both of these teams are just as evenly matched, and we get a great finish between these two teams.
Well, absolutely. I mean, let's quickly touch on the secondary drivers for both of these cars. So partnering Nathan Anderson tonight is Dean Ross and James Glasspool, who had a fantastic run in the last event, teamed up with Martin Silvassi. So some very accomplished drivers lining up with these guys, and no doubt we're going to see them continue what has been already a fantastic battle over the first hour in through not only hour 2 but also hour 3 and 4.
Yeah, well, yeah, both of those drivers, Glasspool and Dean Ross, are very, very quick drivers in their own merits. So I reckon they can have a great battle as what Silvassi and Anderson are having now. But if we go up into the prototype fields, we've got a very, very close battle here. And this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th between Lockhart Brownlee, Corey McFarlane and Scott Cisłowski. Three very, very good drivers and three very good teams all fighting each other for fourth place on the field here at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been a great run for all three of these guys. They've all taken positional gains since the start of this race, although Cisłowski actually has lost a spot early on. So looking very competitive out there. The lap times are almost identical as they cross the line for all three. It was a slight advantage by 0.2 of a second to Scott Cisłowski the last time through, but otherwise they are almost mirroring each other lap for lap. And you're right, three fantastic teams dropping in. Drop Bear Motorsports have been a relative newcomer to the GTs, but very competitive out there, and against some very seasoned competition from the likes of Trick Esports and Fusion Sim Racing. They are really starting to hold their own.
Yeah, they really are, and this is probably going to be the battle to watch, I think, for most of the race if these guys stay together. And again, how their teammates go as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the teammates of Lockhart Brownlee and Scott Cisłowski, Corey McFarlane go.
Absolutely, and no doubt we'll see them have a very good run here as this fight up in towards Sunset Bend really rages on. McFarlane having a look to see whether he could get through, not quite close enough to make the move there on Brownlee, but Cisłowski, as he navigated his way through, just gets a good view of this, and he'll be able maybe to pick up a few strengths and weaknesses of both of these drivers as they now navigate their way through one of our GT3 cars down in towards turn one. And I mean, that just gives you a huge representation of just how quick these prototypes are with that added downforce.
Yeah, they really are a much faster car in all aspects than the GT cars, and you can see it when they're closing in on them. They close in them so fast, to the point where in some corners it's actually quite scary for both drivers. The closing rates are tremendous. We saw quite a few incidents at Daytona, especially through turn 4 and 5, with the closing rates of the LMP cars. So they all just need to make sure they're just really paying attention to what they're doing and just be very careful and mindful.
Exactly, and I mean, if I remember back to Suzuka as well, the difference in speed was massively represented as the guys worked their way up and towards the Casio Triangle as well, with a massive braking zone for those guys to navigate their way through. We saw a couple of incidents unfold as a result of that, right throughout the entirety of the race. So huge responsibility for these prototypes working their way through. As you see some more lap traffic just ahead, a couple of GTE cars for these guys to contend with. They're all nose to tail, working their way down through Le Mans here, and Cisłowski actually going to get the move done on the inside there. Nice run.
Yeah, nice run, but I think that McFarlane's still got a decent run on the outside. Whether or not Cisłowski's got the pace to go, and it looks like Ben Cornett's joining up with this group as well, so Cisłowski's actually dropped off the back of the lot of them. Oh, and as we see, Corey McFarlane's been turned. Looks like he may have chopped across the front of one of the GTE cars in a very, very, very bunched up field coming from the exit there of the Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, and that's going to really open us up. We'll see if we can go back and have a quick look at this. So a little bit of contact, I think, from one of the cars early on down on, actually, was it Brown?
Yeah, it's actually the West Performance car. It's the West Performance car.
Yeah, so looking at that, so maybe if we can get a look at the onboard there, I have a feeling McFarlane actually clipped the inside wall on the run into Sunset there, and then he's tried to rotate around the outside. As we saw, he's just made contact on the nose there, and that will see him go back, but hopefully nothing too major, and he should be able to return serve and get back up onto this group without too much time delay. Yeah,
that's a bit of a pity. He's lost about 6 seconds to that pack that they were fighting in, and that pack's completely separated now. You've got Lockhart Brownlee's kind of gapped about 2 seconds to Ben Cornett, and Cisłowski's lost about 3 seconds as well. So we've lost that whole battle pack just from one slight incident.
Yeah, we might switch out from this one. Our battle still second, third in P2 is really starting to heat up. That's 0.8 of a second. And similarly, with the fight down in our GT3 field, apologies, we just jumped away from that one as well. There's a bit of a change also for Hagen and Bass. So the fights are happening up and down throughout this field at the moment. As we have a ride on Justin Rougier, and just behind there you can see the headlights, Kelvin Dent, as they work their way down through turn 1 up in towards turn 3 and 4. It's very bumpy for these cars to navigate. You've got to keep off those curves as they work their way through. and nice consistent driving there for Justin Rougier at the moment.
Yeah, he's having a great race. As I predicted, we've got the top 3 in the GTE class are all Porsches now. Very close battle between Tom Huggan and Ethan Bass. I think they're going to spend a majority of the evening going at each other.
Both these guys very quick. We actually did see a change of position between these two as well. So Tom Huggan managing to get through just a moment ago and now gets himself into a good spot to compress on. And they've got 4.5 seconds now to pull back on Jesse Butler as well. So a little bit of work left for those guys to do, but still a lot of laps left in this one where it just ticked over an hour and 8 minutes. And we're only 38 laps into this event, so plenty of time for them to come back through. But we'll keep an eye on this fight because it's a really close battle at the moment as they work their way out of turn 10 or up towards the tower at the moment. Pretty single line running for both of these cars here, but Bass a little bit more speed on the initial turn in maybe mid-corner phase as well. He runs a little wide, picks up the dirt, but he is closing in and coming hard. He's going to be looking for an opportunity down the back straight here to see whether he can close this up. There's no lap traffic ahead of these guys either, which is really going to help them out.
Yeah, no, they've got quite a nice bit of open track. They do have a couple of prototypes very quickly catching them. Probably catch them down the main straight, I would say. But these guys are having a fantastic race here for second and third. The battle for third between Nathan Anderson and Martin Silvassi is really heating up as well. And they're only half a second apart from each other, so in the GT3 class. So we've got 2 really, really close battles going on, and Lockhart Brownlee and Ben Cornett are still battling each other as well. And Calvin Dent's dropped off slightly from Justin Rougier. He's out to about a second now.
Look to see that gap continue on. They are going through a little bit of lap traffic as well at the moment, those guys, so that won't hurt them too much. But as we keep an eye on board with Ethan here, he just got overtaken by 2 of the prototypes, and we're going to see the 6th position now. That was Scott Kozlowski just cycled his way through and get back underway. They have another one coming, so the guys are not getting a lot of reprieve here. They're constantly checking the mirrors as Kozlowski now slots through in turn 7. And will continue his fight on.
We're just going to switch over to Silvassi because Silvassi is all over the Pulse Racing Team car. Just as one of the Mark 1 Ferraris catches up to him, and he's going to have to let him go by. And hopefully he doesn't lose too much time, and this battle can go on between these 2 GT3 cars as LMP2 comes flying down the inside.
Yeah, and all 3 classes just quickly represented in that frame of shot there, as both Prototype and GTE managed to cycle through. The battle now for third, it heats up once more again with Silvassi right on the back end of Anderson here. And as you say, these guys absolutely inseparable for the first hour of this event. And no reason to expect they're not going to be that way as this race continues. Lap times between both cars pretty similar. This is a 2:01.79 for Anderson last time by, a 2-minute 2.15 for Kozlowski. A lap difference between the pit stops last time by, lap 28 for Anderson, lap 29 for Kozlowski. So not a lot in it. We did see these guys take tyres when they came through, and this, I think, is going to be the way they're going to go. This fight is not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is the car 38 in second position of Chris Taylor. He didn't take tyres in his first stop, and he's still doing quite good lap times. He's still doing 2:01s. He did a 2:01 dead effectively in the last lap. So with clear air, he's actually lapping faster than these guys that took new tyres. So clearly the setup there on the Medina engineering car is very, very good and is set up for multiple stints on the tyres, so they may be able to make up a lot of time over this race if they're able to double stint the tyres.
Yeah, and where the field is competitive as this is, every little advantage such as the tyres are going to help them out immensely. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for sure. Would like to I'm sure you'd love to hear from them as well, Ryan, but we'd like to extend an invite to any of the drivers if they'd love to jump in after a stint and give us a bit of a quick update on how their run is going, how they're finding the cars. It'd be fantastic to get them in. They can jump in through the Discord channel. We might be able to bring a few of them up later on.
Yeah, drivers are always more than welcome to come in and have a chat, and if they want to let us know how their race is going and have a bit of a chat with us, I'm more than happy to have a bit of an interview with a driver mid-race. As it looks like Ethan Bass has had a bit of a moment.
Well, actually, he's also been tagged with Chris Pallett as well in that one too. So those guys down at Tower Bend there.
I'm just going to see if I can get that up on screen now and have a look and see what happened there. And Ethan Bass is just, he's just got his brakes wrong through that corner and turned Chris Pallett. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, very easy to do. I mean, Pallett had that move done, and I think Bass just stayed on the left pedal just a little too long, or didn't quite have enough brakes just to pull it up there. So, relative easy one there. I'm sure we'll see Race Control have a little quick look at that and wait to see what their adjudication on that one is. And Race Control doing another good job out there tonight. They've been pretty quiet since the early phase of the race, but both Jessica Cottrell and Jacob are doing a fantastic job behind the scenes there for that.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing to touch on for our viewers that don't know much is all of our series are live race controlled. So we do have live stewards in all of our races. So anybody who's not paying attention to the rulebook or doing something against our rulebook, you will be adjudicated by your steward, and your steward will hand out penalties live to you in the race, and you will have to serve them. So it's a great way of keeping our drivers in check and making sure we have great respectful racing that obviously we're bringing you right now, and having live steward gives us the ability to do that.
Absolutely. I think that has really helped set this championship apart, and quite a few championships now starting to look at what has been implemented through the AMS series as far as live race control goes, and really starting to apply a lot of those same fundamentals, which not only brings the standard of driving up, but it also brings the standard of driver education and race control and the whole production of what everyone's doing further up as well, which is great to see. Is this fight with Silvassi and Anderson still continuing on. Nothing separating these guys. That gap still 0.4 of a second as they continue on for another lap as well. So
I reckon these guys, barring a mistake, I think these guys will be nose to tail come pit stop time. Obviously, the trick car has the ability to go a little bit longer than the Pulse Racing Team car, but they will be nose to tail the whole way through, barring something catastrophic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here is Silvassi goes right in on the brakes there. He's just lifting and coasting. He'll be saving a nice little bit of fuel as well. So might also be playing with the fuel maps, just saving a little bit, and that's going to help him later on as well. If he can extend it a couple of more laps to jump on board, see a slight lift as he brings the car in. It looks very handy. We might stick with this one for the remainder of the lap because these guys are driving the wheels off these two cars.
Yeah, you could hear that slight lift as he got to the end of Sunset. Slight lift, stuck his nose out, had a little bit of look, made sure that Nathan knew he was there, then tucked in behind him and went through the corner. So I think Silvassi's playing the long game here and trying to save a bit of fuel behind. Realised he can't get by without making a huge mistake, and as I say that, he's made a fantastic move down the inside of him. Commentators not curse, but I suppose you could call it that way, right there.
Commentators' favour there.
Yeah.
He came through very nicely. And I was going to say, it was very telling just to see how he was driving that car as well. As you say, just a little bit of a lift there and just saving a little bit of additional fuel as They have a prototype coming through. Anderson doesn't take advantage of that, just settles in behind. While that was all going on, we did have quite a few of our P2 cars also come in the lane to get their second round of pit stops over and done with as well. And a couple of driver changes taking effect as well, with Chris Norton now taking over the rival Autosports car. Nick Foster has jumped aboard the Apex Hunters United Esports 2 car. Trent Thomas, series stalwart for AMF in the GT Championship, getting on board the LMP2 car. Chris Pallett, staying on board the Fusion car, and Caleb Hyde's getting on board the Drop Bear Motorsports car.
Yeah, and again, Justin Ruggia's gone long. So they're really playing that long game and how far they can run, and hoping for that short splash and dash at the end to save up a whole heap of time.
Yeah, and the way this is unfolding for them now at the moment is we'll get a quick look at the pit stop stint times. You can see he managed to gain that extra lap early on in the stint. He's already gone additionally 1 lap, or actually, sorry, it was 2 laps longer in the first stint. We're already seeing him take that extra lap right now. But very interesting to see how everyone else has played. The only big difference there, Tim Himbry and Colin Schweck there, both coming in on lap 5. Well, actually, lap 5 and lap 8 respectively, to get their first stops out of the way, and those guys running a little bit alternate strategy, which is interesting to see as well.
Yeah, it is, and if you look at too, the Fitzy Athena car of Dent has managed to jump the rival Autosports of now Norton in the car, so something's happened in that pit stop, whether maybe they've taken tyres there in that pit stop. We might be able to see if we can get their pit stop time.
Yeah, looking at that, so
yeah.
Well, looking at that, I'd say Dent actually hasn't taken tyres in that stint, because it's still only a 33-second stationary time, which is what we saw in that first event.
Looks like they're going to triple stint the tyres, and that's a big ask for a driver jumping into a car on tyres that have already done 2 stints. That's a lot of faith in their setup there. So congratulations for them for having a go and really sticking it out there and seeing what they can do with it.
Absolutely. I mean, Kelvin doing a fantastic job. Still hasn't jumped out of the car to have a breather yet. So pressing on quite nicely. Chris Norton, though, that difference with the tyres going on board the rival Autosports car, that was an additional 23 seconds. So that'll pay dividends for them, no doubt, with some earlier lap pace advantage. But they're going to be careful, because they will lose that on the next stint when these remaining cars come through to cycle for their pit stop for their tyres. A few other notable drivers that did take tyres as well. Trent Thomas going out on a fresh set of boots, along with Caleb Hyde, and Chris Pallett also getting some fresh rubber on his wagon as well.
And we'll just look at the GTE class there. When they did do their pits, you can see their pit times. Most of the teams have not taken tyres. Probably Schaub there down in 19th, he's probably taken tyres, and so has Bull. But the other cars have only been stationary for that mid 30-second time period, so they wouldn't have taken tyres at all. And then we'll look at the GT3 cars, and their stationary times all in that 40 seconds. So the only car that I can see there that didn't take tyres is in Taylor in the 26th position. As we touched on a little bit earlier, that he didn't take tyres, and it's probably now showing because both Silvassi and Anderson and now Dave Roberts have all passed him. So those tyres are probably a little bit worse for wear now.
Yeah, and we're already starting to see that in the lap pace as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Chris Taylor has now come in the lane for his stop.
Which is very, very early. It's only 20 minutes into the stint for a GT car. So maybe Chris Taylor's had an incident that we've not seen. But yeah, that's very, very early for the GT3, considering they stopped at basically the 60-minute mark.
Yeah, well, they have been in for 2 stops now as well. So just gone by, actually it was lap 39, they came in the lane for their last stop. So it's not that long ago.
No,
but
7 laps is definitely not they're having a struggle there somewhere, which is unfortunate because they were sitting in quite a good position, and now, they've clearly had an issue there somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. So we'll wait to see how that unfolds for them. We'll keep an eye. We are hearing to a corner of the road. I think that might have been involving the 752, heard correctly, for Ethan Bass. Didn't quite catch what the rest of that was, but we'll wait to see. I think that might have been maybe a drive-through going through for him.
Yes, it is. 752's got a drive-through penalty for contact with car 45, and that's that incident we saw with Chris Pellet in the prototype car. So he will have to, he will get a drive-through penalty, and what they're saying is 752 did go a little bit slower than normal, but due to a shallow entry, contact should have been avoidable, and the 45 car, the 752 didn't brake at any point, so the 45 just should have stayed out of it, and unfortunately didn't, and it's turned him. So yeah, he'll be issued a drive-through penalty, and you can see him here all over the back of Dale Bread.
Yeah, it's really going to hurt these guys because they're having a very solid run, not only early in the race, but even continuing on at this point in time as well. So they were looking very good. They had a stop lap 30, which is pretty well on the mark for what we saw for everyone else, around that 1 hour time frame here. But yeah, going to have to come through again, and that's going to really put paid to their good run.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them as they dive into the lane now, you see. And as we've been talking, Justin Rougier has brought the Apex Hunters Sport in for his stop. Whether they do a driver change here or not, it'll be interesting to see. And whether or not they take tyres as well. Yeah, it looks like Shane Van Gisbergen has jumped in the car, so there is a driver change happening.
Well, they made a huge run then on that second stint. They went 5 laps further than everyone else. So another 3 laps on that run alone. That's really going to help them out, as you say, towards the back end. And now with SVG jumping on board, I mean, is there anything Shane can't drive? He's been phenomenal in supercars early on. Had a fantastic run in the 6 hours at Bathurst, and no doubt we're going to see another fantastic event for him tonight here at Sebring.
Yeah, and you can see the stints there. The Shane Van Gisbergen and Rougier being able to go 23 laps on each stint. So as Calvin Dent comes into first position while the Apex Hunters are having their pit stop. So Dent doing the triple stint. It looks like they're going to be doing pretty well. As a couple of people have been commenting on the YouTube channel that triples on tyres is actually pretty standard for an LMP at night. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So
yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's going to definitely help these guys. And as we see Kelvin Dent continuing on, he now will have himself a bit of a handy margin now. It's out to 10.5 seconds, but with the guys behind that have taken tyres early on the second stop, that will bring them back into contention very, very quickly. So expect to see the times dropping as this one continues on. We're an hour and 25 into this 4-hour endurance event, and it's been a fantastic drive for all of these guys out there. Marginal errors for a few cars that have come through, or minimal errors that have happened, and already some fantastic racing in all 3 categories.
Yeah, there's been some great racing in all 3 categories. We'll just touch on the leaders as we're going by now that all the pit stops have been kind of settled out at this point. So we've got Calvin Dent leading the prototype field in P1 for the Fitzy Athena team. Shane Van Gisbergen sitting in second place for the Apex Hunters United Esports. And right on his tail is Christopher Norton for Rival Autosport. So as I was touched on earlier, they're going to have a fantastic battle all the way to the end in this race. Then we've got Jesse Butler in the 333 Mark 1 Esports, who's having an absolutely fantastic run here in first place for the GTE field. And his teammate Tom Huggan in the 222 car, about 2.5 seconds behind him in second place. And then Dale Bread in the XCM car doing a fantastic job in third place, about 20 seconds behind those Mark 1 boys. So those Mark 1 boys have really got those cars dialed in. Then in the GT3 class, we've got Dylan Burse in the Drop Bear Motorsport entry, and he's the best part of 30 seconds ahead of Martin Silvassi in the Trick Esports car, followed about 2 seconds behind by Nathan Anderson. So yeah, we've got some fantastic battles happening along the field here. So there's still plenty of time to go. We've still got at least 2.5 hours to go in this race. So plenty of time to let strategies play out and see what happens.
Absolutely, and as you can see on the timing tree, we've got a few battles really starting to heat up at the moment. The battle for 7th position in our P2 class with Caleb Hyde and Trent Thomas, 0.4 of a second as these guys navigate their way around the circuit, heading towards Big Bend on the run up towards turn 7 here. They are very close on circuit at the moment, and we've seen that gap drop down as low as 1/10 of a second as they navigate their way through traffic. Just coming through now on our 4th in class, that's Dave Roberts in the Pace Syndicate's Lamborghini. He just allows them through with a little bit of racing room. Nice to see there. And this fight will continue on. And similarly, the fight for 2nd position overall as well, really heating up while we stick with this battle down to 2/10 of a second, actually just dropping out to 3/10 of a second as they cycle their way through. So the lap times there are very consistent for all these guys. You can see when they're getting into some traffic, it drops back a little bit further down around the 150 range, but they're straight back into the 47s, low 46s.
Yeah, and you were touching before, Shane Van Gisbergen and Christopher Norton have a fantastic battle here for 2nd position in the prototype class. As both of their teammates were earlier on in the race, so I think these guys are going to fight each other for the rest of the race, and they're going to be at each other for the majority of it.
Absolutely, it's very similar to what we're seeing in GT3 at the moment, but nothing separating these guys at the moment, just as it was in the opening stints with Justin Ruja on board and Chris Hoy there as well. So those guys very, very close together, and they've really found a good setup for both of these cars that works effectively well. So as you were saying, Ryan, similar thing to what we saw at Daytona. We didn't see either of these cars out for Sebring, but picking right up where they left off here. When it's Suzuka, but picking up where they left off here at Sebring.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Mark 1 in the GTE class are just going from where they finished off at Suzuka. A really dominant display there, and they're dominating again here. So I think the Mark 1 boys are going to be very, very hard to catch in the GTE class for this series.
Absolutely, and I think they race a lot of the regular GT series with the fixed setup and very comfortable in that car, and it's showing here tonight. We'll stick with this battle in our prototypes up the front, P2 and P3, as they navigate their way out of Sunset Bend there, getting through on some lap traffic, not too far behind. Actually just put a lap on another prototype, just trying to see who that is.
As you see Norton go very, very wide at the exit of turn 1 there.
Unfortunate not to pick up a wall strike either with that car, so he did well to get it back and get back running again. Yeah,
it might take half a lap or so to get that dirt off the tyres and get those tyres back up to temperature. They would have cooled down very, very quickly, as you see Shane Van Gisbergen passing a pretty stricken-looking car ahead, passing a pretty stricken-looking Porsche there. I think that's the West Performance Porsche. It's looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, it's a little second-hand there. You can see the big fold in the rear wing, and that's not going to help them at all, but they're getting back underway. I must say, for the little bit of that I have been able to see under the lights there, the livery on SVG's car, very different to what we traditionally see. They got the gaffer tape on the side. It's a little bit rusty and tore up as well. So, so guys having some exciting runs with the liveries.
Yeah, it's a really good-looking livery, and we kind of encourage the teams to have a bit of fun with their liveries for this series, and maybe not go their traditional team liveries. And some of the guys have really run with it and had a bit of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, the one that I normally think of, Dale Breed, in the XCM cars, I mean, they're now red as opposed to the blue that we've traditionally seen them in the GT series, so that takes a little bit of getting used to out there. But a lot of the other guys sticking with very traditional colours and looks on their cars, which is still nice to see. But for the few exceptions out there that throw something a little bit left of field in there, very interesting as well. Back in second position there, Van Gisbergen and Norton have closed back up their fight as well. It's down to 0.5 of a second after the incident we saw last lap for Norton there. He's come nicely back into contention. A few lap cars ahead just to navigate for Shane and Chris there, but they should be able to dispense to them on the run in towards the hairpin as Shane works his way out of Big Bend now. He gets a nice run down the inside. See how much he swings it over into the brake zone. Sets up a nice run through there, and actually will gain a little bit more of an advantage there as Norton gets stuck behind that GTE car.
Yeah, and that's just part of lap traffic in this kind of racing. Sometimes you're just going to catch the car at the complete wrong moment, and you'll lose bulk time. But you've just got to hope that the next time by that your rival gets a car in the wrong spot and you don't, and you can claw that time back.
Yeah, and we've seen that already quite a bit tonight with guys just picking up competitors at the wrong moment on the circuit, favouring one driver and hindering the other, and then vice versa a couple of laps later. It's a role reversal, and we see them closing right back in on each other again. So plenty of opportunity for these guys to work their way through. Dylan Burst continuing, Bretton Bulls just managed to get himself up a position in a GTE field, and while we keep an eye on this fight for second and third position in GT3, Silvassi still out front ahead of Nathan Anderson, 0.7 of a second between them, and again, nothing separating these guys. We're now an hour and a half into this one, and you can throw a blanket over them. They've been thereabouts the entirety of this race so far.
Yeah. This is going to be the battle to watch, as well as the one up the front in the prototypes. These guys are going to be at each other for the entire race, and knowing that they're co-drivers that are going to come in, I think those two drivers will be at each other as well. So I think there'll be a fantastic battle to watch. Silvassi doing a fantastic job, but Anderson too doing a great job to stick with Silvassi.
And sticking with Silvassi is no mean feat. I mean, he has really started to come on strong over the past couple of seasons, a couple of years actually, really. He has got phenomenally quicker as he has put more time and effort into this racecraft. So for the guys like Anderson to be able to stick with him, and also Pulse Racing Team now getting up to that level as well, it bodes very well for him as this championship continues on.
Yeah, look, the Pulse Racing Team guys have been doing very well this championship. They won their first outing at Daytona, they're gaining a fair bit of luck on track, but that's multi-class racing at its finest right there, having a little bit of luck go your way. And I think they had a great outing at Suzuka too, coming in second or third. So they're having a fantastic run, but Martin Silvassi in this Trick Sports car is having a great run. It's a bit of a pity the other Trick Esports GT3 is not running tonight. Neither Alex Bird or Anthony Winkleman were available to run tonight, so that's a bit of a pity, but I'm sure hopefully we can see them next race by.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be great to see those guys out on circuit again for the next event. And for those looking to jump in and have a run in the Endurance Championship, it is a once-a-month event, which is nice to see. It gives the guys a little bit of a reprieve between the traditional every other week, but still plenty of time for them to come and get accustomed with the cars and spend a lot of time developing the setups. Next event will be a really good race for these guys. We're off to the Nürburgring on the 1st of May, so that will be a really strong event. We know Nürburgring's been around for quite a long time in the iRacing service, and plenty of guys have turned a hell of a lot of laps around there. And for this category or class of cars running around, it's going to be some fantastic racing as they not only have to navigate the hairpins, but some very tight technical sections, especially through the Mercedes arena.
Yeah, the Nürburgring always throws up fantastic races, and it'll be interesting to see how all the cars go there. Just getting word from race control, car 752 unfortunately has been given another drive through for tagging car 130, and that's that West Performance car where we were talking about the rear end looking a little bit second hand. So that second hand damage has been dealt by the 752 car again. So 752 cars definitely been in the wars tonight with race control and other cars.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of an awkward one. So that's Ethan Bass behind the wheel of that car as well. So not the best of runs for those guys, but we should be. We expect to see them bounce back through. They've got a long time to do it. They just got to get the head down and start ploughing through. Just to conclude too, on the championship schedule coming further forward for the end of the season, obviously we said we've got Nürburgring next time out. So Silverstone will be a very good event for these guys as well. Off to Le Mans, another standout circuit, and with all these cars running around, not only will there be fast-paced action, probably going to be one of the circuits we're going to see the biggest disparity between all three classes as they go out there. I'm not sure how the GT3s are going to go in the long run compared to both the GTE and the the LMP2s. Monza will be a fantastic event. Off to Road Atlanta. I can't wait to see that one. That will be a really strong event for all three cars there, especially as they work their way down through the S's. Spa-Francorchamps, another standout circuit, and very well suited to this kind of racing. And then conclude it in November at the Hockenheimring. That will be a fantastic event. I mean, we saw a good rate run last night out for AOSC, and again, thank you, Mr. Kolstad, for helping produce that one as well for the AOSC team. And we saw some fantastic racing there. I cannot wait to see how these cars are going to go around that circuit.
Yeah, look, originally, obviously, we didn't have Hockenheim on the list, but as soon as iRacing announced it was coming, we had to put it on the list. We couldn't not have a race there. It will be a very interesting race there with the GT, with the multi-class racing, because the subparts of that circuit is very, very tight, so the faster classes are really going to have to show some patience there at Hockenheim. I'm really looking forward to Spa. I think Spa's going to be a fantastic race in this class. We've actually set Spa up so that the race will start at about 5 a.m. in the morning, and then it'll roll through till about 9 a.m. So the drivers will start in pitch darkness and then roll through dawn into early morning. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers cope with that sun rising, especially coming up over Blanchimont. It'll be very interesting for the drivers there.
Yeah, that'll be a really unique event for them. It's very similar to obviously what you'd see at the Le Mans 24 Hour or Daytona 24 Hours. You see a big wiggle for Savassi in through turn one there. He did a great job just to catch that car before he lost it. He was just getting overtaken there by a couple of our prototype cars going through. As you see, Phil Morton working his way through. Right behind him, Regis Stockhart as well. And then coming into play with these guys as well now, Tim Hilbury. So the Tesseract cars working their way back up through the field. But just to touch on, as you're saying, with the weather conditions for that one, Spa will be fantastic. I cannot wait to see how the guys go there, especially if, as you say, coming from night, transition into day. Spa doesn't have a lot of lighting other than on that front straightaway section. So it's going to be very similar to what the guys are sort of going through now, where it's a very dark circuit trying to work their way around.
Yeah, it's actually quite a lot darker than this track. There is some trackside lighting at this track, so other than the back straight, which is quite dark, they're going to have a lot of trouble, especially down the Kemmel Straight. Like that Kemmel Straight is pitch black in the middle of the night. So, look, they're going to start their practice session at midnight server time, so they're going to be doing all of their practice and qualifying in the dark, and then they're going to roll into the day. So it'll be interesting to see how their setups cope with the rising temperatures into the morning and an increase in track temperature.
Well, yeah, and that's a big adjustment that these guys are going to have to work through, because obviously the cars will be very quick as it starts to transition into daytime. As we have a quick look at the circuit conditions at the moment, still very cool on track, 23 degrees and 21 ambient. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one, because the circuit will be extremely quick in the opening phase, and as that sun gets down on it, especially with all the rubber down there, it's going to make it very slick for these guys to have to navigate through. And I guess we're going to expect maybe a little bit of adjustment as far as tyre pressures go, trying to get the most out of these cars and still retain the grip as they run up through a Rouge.
Exactly right, and I think we're going to find that through quite a few of the races actually. Silverstone, they'll start racing at Silverstone around about during the middle of the day. Le Mans is going to probably start racing at dusk, so they're going to have that sunlight and then fold into nighttime at Le Mans. Monza's going to be a sunrise start, so probably about a lunchtime race or mid-morning race. So expected to get pretty hot at Monza. Same at Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta's starting in the mid-morning, so you're looking at a lunchtime race start there. It's been kind of nice to be able to play with times, seeing as we've got a 4-hour window for the races. So I try to give the drivers as much variety in what we could do. Obviously, we use tracks that we know work well at night, and we stayed away from tracks that obviously don't. I didn't want to make it too hard for the drivers.
Yeah, and I mean, they got their hands full enough. We've already seen that in the first couple of races, trying to work their way through. So we don't want to make it too difficult, but at the same point, I mean, the racing will be absolutely fantastic as they work their way around. We're just keeping on board here. Phil Morton continuing his run through down in 9th position. It's been a bit of a tough one for these guys. They did drop down early on. They gained a spot back, so they're now one up from where they started. But Regis Stockart breathing all over the back of these guys as they now come across the start-finish line with one of our GTE cars just to navigate as they turn in towards turn 1. He's taking such a shallow line and trying to maximise the space there. It's a bit of a tricky one to get through. I know during the daytime everyone is aiming for that orange cone that sits up on the catch fence. You don't have that through this one, which makes it all the more harder to try and get these cars through at top speed.
Yeah, it certainly does at night time. All of your braking markers and your visual markers are all gone, and you've really got to drive on feel. As Phil looked like he was going to go down the inside, and right at the last second decide to keep it in line down the inside of the GT3 car there, a GTE car. As we switch back, and here's this fight that we've been showing all race. It's not going anywhere. It's the closest battle on the track by a mile, and these two are they're at each other.
And it's been really respectful racing at the times when they have closed in on each other, or they've had those prototypes coming through, not making a meal of it, just using each other to try and navigate their way through. I'm expecting that we're probably seeing too a little bit of fuel saving currently going on for Nathan Anderson as he just sits in behind. This will be a really comfortable run for him. Remember that Silvassi pitted the 1 lap later. This might be the role reversal where we see Anderson go that little bit further now.
Yeah, we might. And Scott from Fusion Sim Racing has asked us on the YouTube channel, have I considered doing session times 2 or 4 to cover more of the time of day? I did consider it, Scott, but I decided for the first season we'll just run with a standard time of day and just see how that time transition works and how it affects the racing. And then with how successful this series has already been, and we're only 3 races in, and we're really enjoying it here in AMF, and it looks like all the drivers are too. So I would say for 2022 we're going to go around again. We may look at increasing that time turnover that iRacing allows us to do. And I can even play around a little bit with the weather fluctuation and put in some variables there. So yeah, it's definitely a thought I had, Scott, but I decided for the first season to just keep it as simple as possible.
And I think that's one of the hard things as well. Is, I mean, you can go in with the amount of customization that iRacing does afford with these sessions now. You can really make it quite tricky and overcomplicate things. So the mindset, I guess, that yourself, Ryan, and the team have taken with setting this one up, make it very simple, get it nutted and working properly first time, has really paid dividends, as we're seeing.
Yeah, it's the old KISS philosophy, keep it simple, stupid. The less things that can go wrong, the better. So yeah, we tried to keep it as simple as we possibly could, whilst, trying to be a little bit innovative and having a little bit of fun. It's a pity we opened up this GT3 category to have the Mercedes GTE 3 in it, because it's been such a staunch favourite of the GT3 drivers for so long. But unfortunately, at the start of the year when we started this series, the Merc was broken and it just was not a fast car, and nobody's chosen it. And it's very unfortunate now, because iRacing have actually fixed it and it's an absolute bullet again. So it's a real pity we don't see any Mercedes-Benz out there, because it is an available choice for the GT3 class.
Well, yeah, that could be an interesting one. So for anyone tuning in either on Facebook or YouTube channels, maybe you look at jumping in, maybe picking up that Mercedes, because as you say, it isn't represented out here at all in any of the GT3 category, but it is a fantastic car to drive. It's front engine, very much like the BMW, but as I say, it has been a very comfortable car for a lot of drivers for a lot of seasons in iRacing.
Yeah, and especially the fact that iRacing have got it back working properly again. It is a very, very nice car. But I do understand why a lot of drivers didn't pick it at the start of the season, because at that point it was not a very nice car. As we see here, we've got a fantastic battle here in the final positions in the prototype cars, with the two Tesseract cars really hounding Philip Morton here, and looks like he's going to go for a move down the inside, and Phil gives him just enough room to just stop the move there from the Lunar Tesseract car.
Yeah, in some respects, it's almost enough rope there for Phil Morton to almost hang himself with, because you don't want to leave that much gap and have a driver stick the nose down the inside, because it's going to not only ruin your run, it's going to also see them probably result in a drive-through as well. So he's got to be careful just how much he leaves the door open there.
Yeah, it's all good and well if you leave the door open, but you've got to make sure you've left enough racing room for the driver that does stick their nose down the inside there. So again, that's another part of our rule book, and we have a whole section on passing inside our rule book. So yeah, interesting move there. I'm definitely not the kind of driver that would leave that much room with a battle this hot. As you see him really blocking the inside line there into Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, and this is now going to be almost the run that we just needed to almost get the nose up. But again, Phil, very defensive, takes a very awkward line there, comes right across to the inside of the circuit off the exit of turn one, and just enough to hold the run. We'll see how he goes as he exits this corner down in toward Big Bend now, and heading off towards the hairpin turn 7, which we called early on at the start of the race was going to be one of those ones to watch out for, because it does see a lot of incidents. We've already seen quite a few incidents down there tonight with guys hitting the bumps, and for this at the moment, Phil just able to stay ahead. But the two Tesseract cars are really starting to squabble over that position behind, and the last thing you want as a driver or a team manager is to see one or both of your cars involved in an incident with each other.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do, especially as teammates, is have a collision with your own teammate. There's nothing worse than sitting in your own team Discord and having that conversation of why did our team come together and ruin each other's race.
Yeah, it's not a fun one to be in at all. And you think with the technology that the guys have available to them, especially everyone in Discord and talking, and they're almost running it like a real racing team, that those sort of incidents would be avoided, as we see Morton still weaving left and right across the back straight, trying to hold on to this position. But you almost got to think he's at the point now where he just needs to let this one go through, as we see Tim Hilbury now around the outside trying to make the move stick. He's not going to get it done. But
maybe that was a team decision there from Luna to let Solar go by, because clearly he feels he's a bit faster, and will we see him make the move around the outside? And looks like he's going to. As Morton comes back at him, and there is contact. And unfortunately, I think that's a racing incident, in my opinion. Side-by-side contact, there's not much you can do about it.
No, not at all. And I think for Phil there, the hard part was the guys around him had got well up around the outside of the car there, as we jump back to another look at the replay here. So on the initial entry, Hilbury well through on him, and that tighter line that Morton takes through there does bring you back into contention. But the limit of the grip there, and I think for Phil, as you said, Brian, a bit of a racing incident as they just touch hip and shoulders.
Yeah, I've got to take my steward hat off and remember I'm a commentator. That's not my decision to call. That's Justin and Jacob's decisions to make there. But look, I think if I was in the booth there, that was my immediate reaction. Obviously, I'm not looking at super close, fine detail replays like the stewards will be now in slow motion and at a camera angle that's not a very... we'd call it's not very much a broadcast camera angle that you can look at as a race steward to really have a good look at these incidents. But yeah, I think that was definitely a racing incident.
Yeah, and with that contact and subsequent hit with the wall, that's now dropped Phil about 10 seconds off the back of that group. So he's got a lot of work to do. And so we went from one Texian's car to another, Kelvin Dent out front on the third stint on these tyres. He pitted lap 42, continuing to have a very strong run. But he has been caught up in some traffic. The gap has now shrunk to absolutely nothing, and right in behind him at the moment is Shane van Gisbergen. That gap 0.3 of a second as they work their way out of turn 7 up the hairpin in towards turn 10, and we've got a race on our hands now.
Yeah, if you look at these last 5 laps, you look at the amount of time Gisbergen's taken out of him. Like, yes, they've triple stinted, but is this triple stint going to hurt them come the end of this stint? Because Van Gisbergen's flying and Dent really is not. You got half a second, 0.8, and then 0.9 out of the lap time. Like, that's a huge chunk of time to lose, and that's not just lap traffic. That is tyre wear. The Athena car is clearly struggling for grip, whereas the United Esports car is definitely not, and Shane van Gisbergen is absolutely flying.
Well, yeah, he is wringing the neck of that car, and the move here is only going to be momentarily away as Van Gisbergen's got the grip and pace to continue on. We'll see him down the inside into Sunset, and he'll get this move clean up and done. So nicely handled through there as they now get back underway. But at the point in time for Kelvin on this triple stint, when he came in lap 42, we're now lap 63. So he's not that far really from coming in for another stint. And it's been right at the end of this one for Shane now to get
I would say Dent would be coming in probably this lap. And you look at Shane van Gisbergen, he's still got another 7 laps on this stint. If they're going to follow suit from their previous their lap time. So the ability for this Apex Hunters team to go long in their stints, and it's 2 laps per stint longer, come the end, they're going to have a very small splash and dash, if at all, compared to the other cars.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll be interested to see too now, does Shane try and push the triple stint on this set of tyres? We saw Justin only do 2 stints before handing over to Shane, whereas, as I said, Kelvin stuck on board the Fitzy's car to go the 3 stints. So, it's interesting to see, but it's taken a long time for Shane to be able to get up to speed and pull this gap down. As I say, he has been taking time consecutively out of Kelvin, but with the tyres coming to an end at the back of the stint.
Maybe the tyres just had hit a cliff at that, the last 6 or 7 laps in the Athena car, because it did take a long time for that gap to close down. Then all of a sudden, Shane just started eating into it. And if you look now, he's already pulled out a 2-second gap. And I'm going to bring the lap times up because I really want to see what last lap by Shane was only 0.4 when he made the pass, and this time by I would dare say he's going to be a lot faster here.
Yeah, and Kelvin now actually jumping in the lane, so they're right on schedule.
Yep. Yeah, so they're definitely on schedule for their stint length, and there you go, 21 laps, and you'll see Shane go another 3 laps here, so it's going to be very, very interesting here come the end to see who had the right strategy.
Absolutely. I guess the interesting thing now is obviously both Chris Norton and Kelvin Dent. Obviously, we'll see Kelvin maybe swap over. Chris are back in the car, so actually only a single stint there for the rival Autosports between switching drivers out. They're going to have fresh boots on these cars, so will they be able to maybe bring down some more of that advantage over the next couple of stints as they cycle everything through? But with the pace that Shane's got on board, as he said, purple sector 2, quickest of anyone out there, a 19.79. Looking at it from here, it's a tall ask for him.
I think so. I think the professionalism of both Rugier and Van Gisbergen is clearly showing as this race goes on. Their ability to fuel save, their ability to go long, their ability to just hit their sectors, hit their marks, and drive through the pack cleanly is really showing through here. And I think they're clearly showing themselves as the team to beat now.
Definitely, and as we continue on with this lap, there was a purple sector 2, purple sectors 4 and 5 for Shane this time through. So, I mean, he is really starting to build himself a very comfortable margin as those pit stops are still cycling through. We've now got Trent Thomas and Caleb Hyde in the box as well, and a couple of our GTE cars also jumping in. Ben Dow taking over the 222, and Jamie Bernie taking over the 333. So a couple of driver changes for the Mach 1 esports cars as those two leaders are in the pits?
I was going to say at this, we're just coming up to the 2-hour mark, so you're going to see the GT3 cars and the GTE cars all start firing through their pit stops now. So it'll be very interesting to see how they all do. You would assume a majority of them are going to do their driver changes, as you just said. Ben Dowell and Jamie Bernal have both jumped in the Mark 1 cars. Jackson Suslin-Harlow has jumped in the Drop Bear GT3 car too. You would assume Silvassi and Anderson, even though they're going longer again, you would assume they're going to drop in to the pit lane this time by and do a driver change. And both Anderson and Silvassi are able to go longer again. Anderson 29 laps already on this stint, so very, very good on the fuel saving this time for Anderson. He's able to go a lap longer than what he was able to last time.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ominous sign there for the rest of the GT3 field as this fight continues on, and we haven't stopped the entire time. I'm interested to see how Jackson Susan-Harlow goes now after taking over the Drop Bear Motorsports BMW. We saw that car being exceptionally quick early on. It did have the early drive-through penalty for some infringements at the start of the race with moving across on race start, but since coming through, taking that stop, they have been unstoppable and built a huge lead early on, and Jackson now got a lot of work to do to try and maintain and not only maintain but extend now that gap.
Yeah, I think Jackson just needs to just hit his marks and put his laps in, and his teammates set him up for a great race win here if he can just keep the car clean and get it around the track for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, and I mean, Jackson's been around this series and around iRacing for quite a long time. We'd expect nothing less from him there. We'll keep an eye still on this fight with Silvassi and Anderson as they come through with a bit of traffic just working its way around them. They are not missing a beat. The advantage is just marginally in favour of Silvassi at the moment, but I mean, this gap has ebbed and flowed quite nicely between both of these guys, and they're both simultaneously they're in the lane.
Nathan, able to gain a huge amount of time there entering the pits, was able to get the GTE car in front of Silvassi had locked him up, which made Silvassi probably a little bit more tentative on the brakes than Nathan Anderson was, so Nathan caught up a fair bit of time there. And they're both going for a driver change now. Both drivers out of the car. Glasspool and Dean Ross are both in the cars.
And with a field as tight as this, and especially with the battle as tight as this, any little advantage getting on and off the pit lane really going to help them out there. We'll keep an eye on the pit stop times for both of these cars. We're expecting them to be stationary around the minute 10.
Gisbergen having a big moment there, catching up on the GT3 car there that was actually going into pits, and Shane had decided he was going to go down the inside, and then right at the last minute realised where the GT3 car was going and had to very quick reactions to move to the outside.
And good avoidance for both of them not to find themselves in an incident, because that could have been a massive one with the speeds that we see go through Sunset.
Yeah, and we're going to look now at the battle with the Mark 1 cars. They're both handed over to Jamie Bernal and Ben Dowell respectively, and Dowell in the 22 car is going to take the fight to the 333 car, see if he can catch up to him. Unfortunately, Huggin wasn't able to catch up to Brains had a bit of a meltdown there. Huggin was unable to catch Jesse Butler there, so managed to keep with him but wasn't able to catch him. We'll be able, let's see if who's got the better pace between Bernal and Dowell.
And this will be a really good little entertaining fight for these guys just to see. I have no doubt. Obviously, we've seen Mark Samuels in the chat having a look as well. He'll be keeping a weather eye on these guys just to make sure no harm, no foul between the teammates as they continue their fight on. And as we cross over into the start of hour 2, head towards hour 3, it might be a great time to jump back through our field now that the pit stops have mostly cycled their way through. We'll have a look at where everyone is stacked up at the moment.
The only person that hasn't pitted at the moment, I think, is Dale Bread in the GTE class. They're still yet to pit.
Well, actually, and SVG as well. Apologies. He got a couple more laps still in this one as he sets
he's got
a purple for the lap.
Oh, purple for the lap. So he is absolutely flying. You look at his laps there, and that's insanely fast times that he's doing there. And you would assume that 46.4 was with traffic. That was probably that moment he had on the exit of Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, he is wringing the neck of this Apex Hunters car, and last time through it was purple sector 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Didn't quite get it on the final sector, but that was just shy of 2 seconds quicker than Chris in the Rival Autosports car. So they have found something in this car, and they are flying.
But yeah, they really are. They're going to be very, very hard to beat with their pace that they're showing now. Through the pit stop, Dean Ross has managed to jump Glasspool too. So the Pulse Racing team, as I said, had a great entry into pit lane and were able to jump. It'd be interesting to see what their stationary time was.
Well, actually, they've made a very hefty jump there. It's a nearly 3 second advantage. I mean, you look at the stationary pit stop times. It was only 0.2 different between both of them. So that little additional run on pit entry that he was able to get, or the team car was able to get, really helping them out there.
Yeah, close to a second in total transit time, including stationary. So they've clearly gained a little bit of time there. But Dean Ross has obviously put the pass onto Glasspool and made it stick, and off he's gone.
Yeah, doing a stellar job. And while we were watching that as well, another fastest lap for SVG out front, this time a 45.2. So even with getting through this traffic, it is not slowing him down at all. He's going to put a move there on another one of our prototype cars, who gives plenty of room on the run up to turn 7. But as you can see there, 3/10 or two and a bit tenths quicker than his last lap, and he is really starting to build a very handy buffer over the guys behind.
Yeah. Look, he showed some fantastic pace in the practice sessions earlier on in the week, and now he's really showing that pace.
A lot of traffic for him to contend with, though, as they go through Tower Turn. A couple of our GT3 cars in 14th and 13th. That's Jamie Bow and Ben Dowell, I believe, just in and amongst those two there. So our leading Mach 1 cars in the GTE field just going to be overtaken here by Shane, and that'll put a lap on them, but not getting in the way too much as we continue further down the field. Reece Gardner now taking over the 55 Fusion Sim Sports car, and he's got Ben Cornett now all over. Well, actually, it's Trent Thomas just
Trent
ahead.
Thomas. Yep. Yeah, he's all over Trent Thomas.
It's a great little scrap for these guys as they work through. Shane Van Gisbergen now coming into the lane, so those two exceptionally quick laps have built him a very nice little buffer. It was out to 1.2 or 1 minute 12 prior to the stop, and if he does take tyres or takes just fuel only, he only needs a minute 4, so he might come out here with close to a 6 to 7 second advantage.
Yeah, typical race driver stint there of, it's pit stop, I better put the hammer down. You see the ultimate professionals, your Lewis Hamiltons, your Max Verstappens, they do that coming into the pit stop and they absolutely hammer it, and Shane Van Gisbergen's done exactly that.
Yeah, definitely. He's done an outstanding job there, and we'll keep an eye as the pit stop time cycles down. It's 30 seconds stationary at the moment. Our second place car, the Rival Autosports team, going down the back straight at the moment, and Shane's already down and away. So fuel only going in to that Apex Hunters car as he gets back out on circuit underway. And I mean, he's now heading up towards turn 2. As obviously the Rival Autosports car stuck in some traffic, working his way out of Sunset.
Yeah, we'll see what the gap looks like coming across the line here, and it's down to about 18 seconds, 17 seconds. So huge gap for Shane Van Gisbergen, and those laps that he punched in leading up to the pit stop really gave him that gap. You look at the gaps there from 65, 66, 67, 68. He bulk time that he scored there, and obviously a lot more prior to that. Unfortunately, we've had a Mark 1 who've had an incident here in the GTE class. Henry Thomas Kircher, sorry. He's had a bit of a moment. Looks like it's going into turn 2, and yeah, he's touched the grass coming into the corner, and that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, not what you want to see as these guys continue on out there. You should be able to not lose too much time. He'll get it back underway, and off he goes. There's Dean Ross now in the GT3 class, up in towards turn 2. He's got a couple of GT3s coming through. It's both the Mach 1 cars now closing in behind him.
Unfortunately, it looks like James Glasspools might have had an issue somewhere, because Dean Ross has now got a 22-second or 21-second gap ahead of him. So James has had an issue somewhere along the line, and he's given Dean Ross a fantastic gap there for second place.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one for those guys. Very unfortunate, considering the fight that we were seeing for both of those guys.
And Dean Ross here now, probably going to have, by the looks of it, quite a lonely race here. He's got a 50-second gap ahead of him to the Drop Air Motorsport team, and a 21-second gap behind him. So yeah, it's just going to be about hitting his marks now and hitting his laps, because he's not going to have to fight anyone. But it can be very dangerous when you're out there by yourself. You can lose concentration very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the fight has been going on as much as it's been going on. I mean, they've had each other as almost a sounding board to keep an eye on where each other is and not get lost around this circuit. And when you do lose that and you get the pressure release, as you were saying, Ryan, it makes it a little bit tougher. You do tend to see the pace drop off just a little bit, because you know you've got that cushion.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like we have a penalty incoming for car 998 into the rear of 102 into the hairpin. And that unfortunately is James Glasspool. So not only has he dropped back that time, but he's also going to get a drive-through penalty as well. So he's clearly had an incident. I'm going to see if I can find that somewhere in the review.
Yeah, definitely, and that'll be an interesting one to see what took place there. Is Dean Ross now with a very quick moving GTE car, or actually prototype car, coming through on him as well. He's going to get that move done up towards turn 10, sorry. So yeah, it gets back underway without too much drama.
I believe the reason why Glasspool's gone so far back is the reason why, why he's there. It's going to be, I think, he's already been given the drive-through, guys.
Oh, he's already been given the drive-through, right?
I believe so. That might explain it.
Fair enough, that would explain it. I was just trying to find the incident in the list.
As we keep an eye on that, we will say a welcome to Mr. Damon Walquin. Great to have you up in the booth, mate. How have you been enjoying the racing so far?
Gonna be honest, I have not seen too much of it. It's basically gotten home from work and quick nibble to eat, and here I am. So I've got absolutely no idea what's happened other than current results that we've got on screen.
We'll get settled in, mate. It's been fantastic racing so far up front in the prototypes. It's all been one-way traffic early on. Actually, it's been a really solid fight between both the Apex 100 United Esports car with now Shane Van Gisbergen behind the wheel, and the rival Autosports guys. These guys have been very hotly contested battle, first and second. And Kelvin Dent went the triple stint on the tyres, actually remaining on board that car as well into now his fourth stint. The GT3s have been a very tough battle with both Mach 1 cars, the 222 and the 333, in first and second position. Jackson Schreiber taking over the XCM2 car, and his teammate Jason Bentz now in behind. So 2 Mach 1 cars, 2 XCM cars, and a good strong fight for those guys. And then in our GT3, it's been all one-way traffic with Drop Bear Motorsports, who did get an early drive-through penalty for a start infringement, working their way back from 4th position out into the lead of the race again. And now Jackson Susan Harlow behind the wheel. Dean Ross taken over the Pulse Racing Team Blue Lamborghini, and James Glaspool has taken over the Trick Esports Pro Sim Gear Blue Lamborghini as well. And those guys now, a very big margin between both of them, 21 seconds, and a lot of work for Trick Esports now to try and close up as we see them getting a move put on them by one of the prototypes. And been fantastic as we are now 2 hours and 12 minutes. Again, we will quickly thank the series sponsors who have been fantastic in helping this series develop and progress. For all of AMF, Seal Batteries have come on board, and a massive thank you to those guys for helping out all of the AMF championships. Sydney Computers for their support as well. So if you're looking for computers or batteries for your forklifts, go and check either of those two fantastic companies out. And this one, DM Cinematography, who will also be helping out with fantastic post-race photos. Going to have their work cut out for them a little bit tonight following Sebring. A bit of a dark circuit, going to be a bit tricky for them to get some great shots, but fantastic photos for those guys nonetheless.
We're just going to jump on board for a lap with Shane Van Gisbergen around here and just have a listen to this car. That's a nice lap there around Sebring from Shane Van Gisbergen with the 146.7. Still punching out really consistent lap times there. Managed to take another 2 seconds out of the rival Auto Sport, and the gap's now up to 20 seconds.
It just also shows how smooth you've got to be in these LMP2 cars, as we see a wee bit of a correction there going into the corner. It's quite amazing, like you see the bumps and everything and how stiffly these cars are generally set up and handling it like a champ. And I reckon Gizzy's also pulling out these wicked times while doing a fair bit of fuel saving too into the heavier stops.
Yeah, look, you missed a lot of this race, but their pit strategy compared to everybody else, they've been able to, him and Rouge have been able to go longer than everybody else and eke out 23 laps out of these cars where everybody else is doing 21 or 22. So their strategy is looking very, very good for the end of the race. Be the fact that they're probably going to be able to splash and dash compared to everybody else, even with the time that they've already built up. So they're looking very, very strong for the race.
It's always wicked to hear the team doing something different from the norm that we could see quite often in this sort of racing. Taking a limb out and going out on a limb, trying something different. If you can do it, can work.
Well, I'll bring that up again because you say going out on a limb and trying something else. You look at the cars in 11th and 12th. You got Holters and Pickering there, and that's the 684 of the Solar team and the Fusion 15 car. They pitted very, very early, but that may enable them to go to not have to stop again at a certain point compared to everybody else stopping, so that may bring them back into contention as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects their race.
Well, we were watching that too. Van Gisbergen with a huge moment down out of turn 1 there, getting it right out on the dirt. But yeah, you're right with the pit stop strategies. Those guys in the lower end trying something a little bit different, which is very good to see.
To be fair though, Gizzy doesn't mind playing in a bit of dirt from time to time.
Yeah, well, he can steer into dirt as well, yes.
or the wet, or the grass. I think you can pretty much throw him on anything and he can get the most out of it.
We'll just
next stop is a plane.
We're just going to roll through the podium for each of the classes at the moment. So the fastest time at the moment is a 1:45.198 for the prototype cars, with Shane Van Gisbergen in first place for Apex 100 United Esports. In second place we have Chris Owen for Rival Autosports in the 22 entry. Third place we have Calvin Dent for the Fitzy Athena Car 68 entry. Down in the GTE class, fastest lap time is a 1:55.548, so best part of 10 seconds slower than the prototypes. We've got Jamie Bonneau in the car in the 333 Mark 1 Esports entry, doing a fantastic job. Followed very, very closely by Ben Dowell in the Mark 1 Esports 222 entry. And following up in third place, we have the XCM entry of Jason Schwab in the 101 car. Down into the GT3 class with the fastest time of 1:59.5. We have Jackson Susel and Harlow in the Drop Bear Motorsport car, and they're absolutely flying compared to the rest of the GT3 class. You look at their time, they're almost a second faster than the rest of the GT3, so they're well out in front there. Second place we have Dean Ross for Pulse Racing Team Blue in the 778 entry Lamborghini, and down in third place we've got James Glaspool in the 998 entry for Trick Esports Pro Sim Gear Blue. And that's actually the closest battle on the field, on the track at the moment, is the Trick Esports and the Pace Syndicate cars. So these two very, very close together. And since dropping the time, Glasspool hasn't been able to shake the Pace Syndicate team chasing him either.
No, and I mean that's something we've seen, with the exception of the Drop Bear Motorsports car in front in this class. I mean, all the other Lamborghinis have been very, very close together the entirety of the race. It hasn't been the Pulse Racing Team and Trick Esports. Obviously now we've got Trick Esports and Pace Syndicate getting in and amongst it. There hasn't been a lot of differential between these cars. I mean, yes, they are Lamborghinis. They have a limited set of adjustments that they can do with it, but the driving styles for all these three teams have been very, very close together.
Yeah, they've all been very, very close together, and you look at the lap times, especially the best lap times again, there's not much difference between all of those teams, from Pulse, Trick and Pace Syndicate. They're all very, very closely matched. It's just that Drop Bear Motorsport team are just miles ahead.
Yeah, when we consider what they've had to go through tonight, obviously that drive-through penalty dropped them down to fourth position, but within a lap or two of coming back out from pits, I mean, they'd already gained 2 spots pretty comfortably back through the field, so they got the car set up absolutely fantastically, and if anything, a little bit further ahead than what we're seeing from the guys behind.
Yeah, I think that's also Dylan Burse's ability behind the car, and Jackson Susel and Harslow too. They're very, very competent drivers, very, very fast. Both have quite a high I rating themselves as well.
Well, yeah. Well, if you look at the I rating on board, Jackson Susel Harlow 8,715. So I mean, he's almost double the I rating compared to Dean Ross, and then we look at almost 4 times that of the likes of James Rewalt. So, yeah, while I rating isn't everything, he's very smooth and clean in this car. As we have a look back on board, you see how easy he's working it through. A little bit of extra wheel mid corner there to try and settle it down, and the car just bucking and kicking a bit over the concrete slabs there. But it looks like a very comfortable car to drive at this point in time.
Yeah, it looks like they've got that setup on point, and both drivers very, very comfortable with it, and they're able to bang out incredible lap times as Harlow just dips it into the dirt there and continues on. While this is happening, Ben Dow's managed to really catch it up to Jamie Bernal. They're within a second of each other now.
And there hasn't been a lot separating these cars at all. As you can see, the teammate just ahead. They've been pretty well flying in formation the entirety of this event, with the 333 just being that little bit further ahead as they've continued on. But as you see down in the relatives in the lower right of screen, just how much the gap has dropped down. It was, it's almost 3 seconds when we got out through the pit stops, down now to 0.6 of a second over the course of 5 laps. So it's really been in Ben's favour as he's been able to close that gap down.
Yeah, clearly Ben's a little bit more comfortable in this car around this track than Jamie is, and it looks like he's going to push it to Jamie for the rest of the race. Has a bit of a moment there and got on the power a little bit too early and had to back out on the exit of the corner there, which has given Jamie a bit of breathing room. He's lost about 3 or 4 tenths because of that mistake.
Yeah, we can see with this onboard shot, you can just hear too a little bit of a lift and coast on the run into 7, and again that telltale bump in the middle there, just as you get to the maximum brake point, just getting in the way. Neither of these guys trying to take that little bit of additional track space to settle the car down before they tip it in. They're just running it very wide. Hopefully that doesn't cause them any sort of issues as they continue on, but keep an eye on that. There's another great fight heating up a little further up with Trent Thomas and Ben Cornett getting into a scrap as well. That gap down around 3 to 4 tenths of a second as we jump over to that one, and Ben Cornett closing in quite nicely here and looking at opportunity to get into 5th position.
Yeah, and both of these teams had a pretty quiet race, really. We haven't seen much of them, and now they're very, very close to each other, and hopefully have a great battle with each other.
Definitely. It wasn't that long ago. We were talking about Reece Gardner. He was up in contention on the back of Trent Thomas. He has fallen away now. He's dropped down into 7th position. The gap behind these guys just over 9 seconds further back. So not the best run there for Reece, but he will be able to bring that car back through. No doubt. We know Fusion are very good on getting the long run performance out of these cars as well. But this fight here is really heating up with Cornett looking at an opportunity as they work their way around that slower traffic.
Yeah, he got a really good run through that slower traffic, and Trent really did not. So he was managed to get up all over him, but then Trent's managed to pull out the gap. Tom Wilkerson in the YouTube chats just let us know that the Drop Bear LMP2 car, the lads are both driving it for the first time, and Corey only bought it at 7 p.m. tonight. So to be up in 4th position in this field is fantastic effort from those guys there in the Drop Bear 692 entry.
Oh, that's a hell of a run. That would put putting some very established teams to a bit of shame out there. But no, the guys have jumped on board that really well and setting them up for a good run. Obviously, a lot of racing still left in this championship season for them, as we touched on earlier. So it'd be great to see how they go with this. And if they're already wrapping their heads around this car very early on, expect to see those guys up towards the pointy end in the coming races.
Yeah, it would be great for them to get up there if they can and fight with these other guys, with the Athena guys and Rival Autosport and Apex Hunters.
Going out there looking at another opportunity down into 7, comes across and just sticks the nose out a bit. They've got a lap car just ahead. It's one of our GT3s. I think that might be Jackson Shrub in the XCM car.
They're both going to go through.
a tight run there as they get in under brakes, but both cars managing to squeak their way through there just, and no time lost at all for Ben, which is what he needs right now.
Yeah, this is one of the closest battles. The battle in the GT3 is still fighting. Ben Dow's still only 6/10 in behind Jamie Bernal. And James Ruwalt is still only just a second behind James Glaspool. And so we've still got a few battles going through here, but as I kind of expected, 2.5 hours into this race, the field has spread out quite a bit.
Well, yeah, it's a long way out. I mean, if we're able to pull up the track, we've got quite a few guys now working their way down the back straight at the moment. Then some pretty solid gaps between everyone else up and around the circuit. So for the guys in the prototypes, they really have an opportunity to get some good pace in, as we see a little red indicator there that Caleb had just had a bit of an off-track excursion, but continuing to hold place up in fourth as he now works his way down through Big Bend. So the guys pushing exceptionally hard there, and if you do notice any of the little red outlines around the circles of the positional numbers, it's an off-track for those drivers as they are progressing around their lap.
And this battle's still going on between these two cars, and you could quite literally throw a blanket over the top of them. I don't think either one really wants to give, and I think they're very, very closely paced in their lap times as well. As we have a look at their lap times, and yeah, 2/10 between the two of them last time by.
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, it looks for Trent there that he lost the biggest margin getting through some lap traffic there, down lap 75, 76. But since then, I mean, they've been very close together and not a lot separating through. Cornette taking a lot of risk last time through the lap traffic there to try and retain on the back there of Trent Thomas and not give up any space where he didn't need to. But yeah, they're not trying to give anything away. We are expecting pit stops in the next few laps for these cars as well. Both of these cars came in on lap 65, so we're probably only about 6 laps away from expecting both of these guys to take their next tour down the lane. Will we see them both remain on board? We'll wait to see, but this is a very enthralling fight right now.
Very. Cornette's all over Trent Thomas, and we don't normally see Thomas in a prototype car. He's much more suited to GT cars, so he's clearly branching out and trying to learn some new things, and it's interesting to see how he's going in the car there.
Definitely. I mean, with for anyone who's familiar with him, he's been in the GT series for the longest time I can remember. Series champion, I think, was it all the way back when it was GT3, but since GTE has been on board, I mean, hasn't really missed a trick. Has been very competitive throughout that whole series, and yeah, from one Trick Esports team doing very well in this to another one in that championship. I mean, he's not that far off the likes of Ross Rizzo, really.
No, he's not. He moved from FSR to Trick a few seasons ago, along with Alexander Bird, and they've gone from strength to strength as well in the Trick team, and it's quite a strong lineup in that Trick team. As you touched on, he's the inaugural AMF champion, and he still holds the record in AMF GT series for the most consecutive wins. I think it was 11 race wins across 2 series, 11 consecutive race wins across the 2 series. I think it was maybe 2 into 3 or 3 into 4. So he's definitely an accomplished driver. Hasn't come to terms with the GTE cars as much as he did the GT3s, but yeah, still a very accomplished driver.
Well, yeah, I don't know whether it's that he hasn't become accustomed with it. He's found himself in a few unfortunate positions, especially in the GT on the Sunday Night League. He's been thereabouts a lot of the time, and really got himself up in towards that top 5 positions very comfortably in a lot of races, but just had a few minor issues here and there that have subsequently hindered his run and put him further down. So I think he's got the pace to definitely be there. Just needs that little bit of luck to fall his way, and see him well involved in it.
Yeah, As we look now, Ben Dowell has dropped back a little bit from Jamie Vanau. Maybe traffic has held Ben up a little bit there.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of LMP2 traffic starting to cycle through. It wasn't that long ago that Joseph Fabian went through, and now Reese Holters is in behind as well, trying to navigate his way through this little group of cars. Actually, apologies, it was Caleb Hyde navigating his way through, and he has managed to do that out of Le Mans. So these guys continue their fight as turn our attention back up to the front of the GT3 field. Jackson Susan Harlow, again, just pressing on with business. He's got a GTE car ahead of him, actually GT3 car that he's closing in on as one of the prototypes goes through. So all three classes there in frame, and you can just see the speed that prototype has. But Susan Harlow doing a hell of a job. He's got himself a very comfortable gap now over Dean Ross, 1 minute and 15 seconds. And when we consider that these guys are doing just shy of 2 minutes, he's not far from lapping the GT3 field.
No, he's not. They're absolutely flying out there. They're in a class of their own, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Just going to correct you really quickly. That's actually GTE of Jason Benson, the XCM1 Ferrari. Not quite the GT3, but close enough.
Yeah, no. Jackson Suslin Harlow's in the GT3, and yeah, they're doing a fantastic job there. To have a 1 minute gap on this field, and you think about the calibre of drivers that are behind them, of Nathan Anderson, Martin Silvassi, Dean Ross, James Glasspool, to be able to pull that kind of gap is very, very impressive.
Definitely, and part of that too is just how comfortably suited the BMW is around this circuit. I think the way that the car is built, obviously front engined, a little bit longer wheelbase than the Ferrari, not quite as big an overall body as the M8, the big boy, but pretty damn close. It probably really suits this style of circuit, especially with the bumps and the concrete and the travel. It can handle it very comfortably. I think later on in the championship, when we go to a few of the other circuits, though, we're going to see a bit of a role reversal with the Lamborghini being very fast, especially at the likes of Silverstone, where the balance will really suit that car. Similarly for the Nürburgring as well, I think that'll be a very Lamborghini derived circuit.
Yes. Also, the Monza will be the Lamborghini in the straight line at Monza is going to be very, very hard to beat. We saw that on Wednesday night in the GT3 series, even with the fixed setups, where we've obviously, we've fixed the setups to the point where the cars are as even as we possibly can make them. Even then, we saw the Lamborghini in a straight line was able to get by the BMW, where the BMW just didn't have the legs in a straight line to get by the Lamborghini. So I would say the Lamborghini guys out there, they're going to be making that rear wing as low as they possibly can come Monza, so that they're able to just absolutely fly down that main straight.
Yeah, and while we're going to have the massive top speed at Monza, the next big question will be, how do the guys handle the run into turn one down there? Because that'll be very tricky, trying to get these cars stopped and turned and rotated through that chicane. If you throw into the mix a couple of prototypes or one from each class coming in down at Monza, we could be in for some very tricky scenarios. And I mean, I remember watching the real life prototypes back in the day, back when Eddie would do it, and I remember there's a video of Alan McNish going into the first chicane, and in the middle of nowhere you see a shot of another prototype going over behind and just obliterating itself. So hopefully we don't see anything like that, but it could be very, very dangerous for those guys heading down there.
Look, Monza's one of those tracks. It's very, very easy to have a big crash at Monza. Whether you mean to or not, it's just one of those tracks, and we've seen it over the seasons in AMF that Monza does throw up crashes. It's the same as Bathurst. It seems to throw up crashes, and then because of the crash, you have the safety car, and we all know safety cars breed safety cars, and that's something I'd like to touch on as well. The fact that we've gone for 2.5 hours, and I'll knock on wood here, and hopefully I don't do the commentator's curse, but we've gone 2.5 hours without a safety car here tonight, which is fantastic driving in multi-class racing.
Absolutely. The racing has been second to none out there. Yes, we've seen a few little incidents along the way, but nothing that's been untoward, and those few little minor indiscretions have been dealt with very, very quickly and professionally by the stewarding. And again, another quick shout out to both Justin Cotterill and Jacob Marr for spending their time tonight on Saturday night, keeping an eye on all these guys while they're out racing. So doing a hell of a job behind the scenes. And as you say, very fortunate we didn't have, or we haven't had at this point in time, any safety cars. There is still an hour and a half left in it, and find a piece of wood around nearby, knock the hell out of it, because we don't want to see one, but that would definitely spice up things towards the back end of this race, however.
I'm hoping I got this covered, boys.
We definitely don't want to see a safety car ruin a race, but sometimes a safety car can definitely make a race. But as an admin, I always love seeing a race without safety cars, because it means the drivers are driving exactly how we want them to, and they're doing all the right things whilst still putting on a fantastic show.
Absolutely, and I think all could attest that in what we've seen tonight, the racing has been second to none. We are starting to now see a few big gaps open up throughout the field. The lead that Shane Van Gisbergen now has managed to open up out to a minute 38. That being said, we do have a few guys starting to cycle through for their pit stops. The Apex Hunters United Esports Car 2 is in the lane. Kelvin Dent came through for his fourth stop on lap 84, so 4 laps ago for him, along with Christopher Nolan. So Kelvin has been on board 2.5 hours now. He'll be starting to get pretty tired. I wonder when he's looking to hand out to his teammate. But while these guys are going on, the gap that SVG is managing to still accrue out to a minute 40. So he's almost at the point where he's going to lap the P2 field while these pit stop cycles through. Yes, it will come down a little bit later on, but continuing to still build this margin.
Yeah, building a fantastic margin in there, and you look at it, he's still got another 5 laps. If he's going to follow suit with the way that they've been doing their pit stops, he's still got another 5 laps out there before he comes into pit. So he's still got a lot of time left on board. You looking at the way he's done it, you would assume he's going to come in for tyres this stop. Whether he hands it over to Rougier or he stays in the car will remain to be seen. But they're having a fantastic race there.
Absolutely, and as you see, navigating through the traffic down in Le Mans, just as he gets onto the back straight, just picking the spots where he needs to come through, as he's got a good representation. Just how quick that prototype is down the back straight, very easily dispensed of the Ferrari there, and he will head off into the distance. So for the amount of fuel saving they have done a stellar job, and as you say, 5 more laps roughly, give or take, before we see that car in the lane there. So they're making hay while the sun shines or hides, and pressing on very nicely in the Sebring night.
Yeah, they certainly are. And my fellow commentator Nathan Huppets from our Wednesday night series is just saying in the YouTube channel that SVG and Rougier are saving massive amounts of fuel, and it's impressive. And it really is impressive. The fact that they can go 2 laps longer than the rest of the field is crazy. Although I did see in that last length there, you look down, I think it's Foster managed to go 23 laps the previous stint. So some of them are realising that they can go a little bit longer, and Gardner went 22 in the last stint, but yeah, the fact that they can go 23 every stint is very, very impressive.
Absolutely. One thing I would love to see from rail racing, I know when we get the onboard shot, you get the lap information coming up. I'd love for them to start providing a little more detail on the fuel settings and where that's going for any of the guys watching, just to get an idea of, for us at least having a look, we can get an idea of how they're running these cars, what sort of fuel map are they sitting in, and where they're going, because they are pressing on as he gets another one in towards Le Mans there, and he's got a couple more down on the front straight. He's actually the next car ahead is second place overall, Kelvin Dent. So while he hasn't come in for the pit stop yet, he's almost at the point where he's going to put a lap on our second place prototype.
And that's fantastic running from those two guys there. Just going to switch back to the GTEs here because they've managed to close up again. We're within half a second of each other now again. So Ben Dow's, he fell behind and now he's managed to push back up again as the 918 prototype pushes in between these two cars and makes a gap again, unfortunately for Ben Dow.
Yeah, but while that's going on, that hasn't really hindered him too much. The prototype driver, they're able to slot in quite comfortably to that little bit of a gap, didn't slow either of those two cars down, and they're still going to press on with a great battle. The draft advantage too that Dale would have got down the back straight does bring him back into contention as we see Jamie Renau going very wide through Sunset Bend, just keeps it off the grass, but the gap is just going to sit there and hover down around that 0.3 of a second, right on board into turn one. We'll have a look at how tricky the Porsche is here.
Just a comment there from Nathan Huppets in the chat as well. Apparently there is no fuel maps in the LMP2, it's all lift and coast into saving. So Ruja and Van Gisbergen are doing a fantastic job with the lift and coast there all race long.
Okay, they are finding additional time in the car there that not many else have found. So hopefully going into the next one, we'll see a few more guys maybe we'll be able to track that down. But thank you, Nathan, for the update. Great to have a little bit of info going in from that point of view as well.
Unfortunate mistake there for Ben Dowell. He's just gone way too deep into that hairpin and lost bulk amount of time. He's lost about a second and a half there to Jamie.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. It looked like the gap continuing out there. So what are we at now? We're at 1.7 seconds. The prototype cycling through. They'll get back underway. Van Gisbergen again, another quick lap for him, a 1:45.197. So he's still pressing on, stint 2. That'll be almost at the end of this fuel run for him as well. I mean, they came in lap 69, and we're working lap 91 at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on when those guys cycle in for their stop. But further down the field, Jackson Susan Harlow continuing to extend his margin. It's out to a minute 25 over Dean Ross. Neither of those guys have come in for their third stops tonight. We're not expecting them for about another 17 to 18 minutes as they press on, and Kagan very wide in the background just keeps that off the wall and gets back on circuit without too much trouble. But as a look down at our pit strategies, a bit of a weird one there for Forsyth down in 5th position. Came in lap 29 with everyone else, and then again lap 10. So a little bit of a split strategy for those guys. I'm not sure whether that was a driver change or just a little unforced error that brought them in for some additional repairs. Yeah,
it's strange because they only went 20 again on the next one, so it might have just been for repairs. Because it's very interesting. You would have thought they would have gone 30 again, so they didn't stop for fuel. They must have just come in and stopped for their fast repair, or every team does have a single fast repair. So maybe they've just dropped in for their fast repair and off they've gone again.
Yeah, we continue. Just keep an eye on this one. Shane still going around another lap, and he has actually now got past Kelvin Dent in the Fixie Athena car as well. So at this point in time, all our field effectively over a lap down, especially in our prototype class there as well. The times to between Glasspool and Dean Ross starting to fall back in favour of Glasspool. The gap is coming down. It was out to 30 seconds earlier in this stint, now down to 23 seconds, or just under now, 23 seconds. So time advantage starting to come back to the Trick Esports car.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Unfortunately, he did get that drive-through penalty, so you do fall back, and that's just an unfortunate part of it. I think Greg Chandler in the West Performance car has had a bit of an incident here. This is that one that's a little bit banged up already. And, yep, it's quite a common crash we've seen tonight. Very, very lucky not to collect the prototype car coming through then.
Yeah, very fortunate on that one, and also Tom Wilkinson just giving an update as well. So there was that weird stop we were talking about just a moment ago. Foster down was a drive-through penalty. Yeah, correct. So that explains that one. We've got a couple more cars in the lane now. Warren Pickering in for the Fusion Sim Racing number 15, along with Reese Holters in the Tesseract Solar car. Those guys knocking over there. Well, now 5th stops for the night. So these two were running that little bit alternate strategy, and that seems to be working rather well for them at the moment. And along with now Shane Van Gisbergen coming in the lane for his 4th stop now.
And Ben Dow's managed to get a pass on Jamie Bernal. We'll see how it's happened here. We've got a spinning car there. Looks like the Pulse Racing Team RC have had a spin, and Jamie's had to slow down to not hit him, and Ben Dow's made the most of the opportunity.
Yeah, did hit a call through to race control as well. I don't know whether that was involving those two cars as well, because the run through turn 1, very awkward spot there, so that may have been a result of that one.
We'll go back, and Matt Farrer has apparently had a crash here as well, so he's just managed to just have a bit of a moment going into the hairpin.
He'd roll to keep it up off the grass there and get back underway. So good job for him there. As Ben Dow just getting a lap put on him by one of the Fusion Sim Racing cars. He's now got a pretty comfortable lead now over the teammate, 1.5 seconds. And actually, Benau, I think, has got some damage on that car because he is continuing to lose a little bit of time as these guys cycle through for this lap.
Just going to quickly butt in. Heard some comms that the reason why Farah may have gone around is due to contact into turn 1.
Yeah, I couldn't find it on the incident. Let's see if we can have a look at it. Yep. That would be contact with a LMP car.
Well, that really explains then that situation with Benau getting through as well. So, actually Dow getting through. So Benau's had to go avoidance to not get involved in that one. And then for Dow, just able to come through and take a cheeky spot.
And that's one of the Fitzy cars as well. So it wasn't quite up enough. So it'll be interesting to see what race control say on that one.
Definitely, I'm not sure how that one will go through, but the guys in race control will do a fantastic job on adjudicating that one. We'll wait to see what they're saying. But yeah, for Benau there, he did a great job to not get involved in that. Yes, it did cost him a position, but he should be able to work through and close that back down. However, the gap to himself and Dow, that's 2.6 seconds now. As we jump back up the front, so driver change, SVG jumping out, Justin Rougier getting back in to the Apex Hunters car. They have now completed their stop, so they've gone 12 laps longer than Kelvin Dent, who came in for his last stop on lap 84. So they are continuing to extend a very healthy margin with the additional laps that they're running.
I'm quite impressed that Kelvin Dent's still in the car.
As am I. I mean, we're now, 2 hours, 50 minutes? And and he's been in there from the start. So that's a lot of drive time for him.
We are running the iRacing fair share rules. So I'm not 100% sure what the minimum drive time for a driver is in fair share, but they would be getting very close, I would say.
Yeah, and Kelvin tonight teamed up with Matt Andrews as well. So Andrews yet to jump in and turn a lap. We'll see what he's able to do when he does get aboard that car. We would assume that will take place probably at the next pit stop as they go through, because again, Kelvin will be 2 stints through on these tyres. Probably about the right time maybe to switch out and take a fresh set of boots.
Yeah, I agree. Very interesting to see if they actually fall inside the fair share timing. I don't know if anybody knows how to crunch the fair share timing between 2 drivers.
Don't look at me, I'm terrible at maths.
But yeah, just to touch on these drop air motorsports guys, these guys are absolutely having a time of it. They're now almost 1.5 minutes ahead of second place. Another 30 seconds and they'll be lapping second place. So that's an incredible race from these guys with an hour still to go.
Well, if we look at where they're running at the moment, so just actually working their way out of Sunset at the moment is our third place car there of James Glaspool, who is now down the front straight. So they've almost got themselves, as you say, up into lapping second place. They've driven the wheels off this car and have done fantastically well with the traffic management as they continue around for another lap.
Yeah, they've done a great job. And you look, they're starting a lap, and then you look at the Pulse Racing team here, who are still doing a fantastic job and setting great lap times, but they're 1.5 minutes behind first place, but they've got a nice 23-second buffer to third place. So GT3 class is pretty much holding station there, and Scott Stevens from Fusion Sim Racing has just told us that fair share pretty much equates to one stint. So the Athena car, their extra driver only has to do one stint, which is about 45 minutes in this car.
So if that's the case, then maybe we'll see Kelvin go one more. But you would assume that we'll probably see a driver change and a fresh set of rubber go on that one, which would be good. Kelvin has done a fantastic job in getting that car around and being our only internet. Well, we say only international. We won't class. Well, yeah, we've got a few New Zealanders in this one as well. But
we don't class them as internationals in this series.
Major international in this one. He's done a fantastic job, especially with the latency that obviously we're going to get as a result of the distance between himself and the rest of these drivers and the service. So, have not had any of the issues that we did see last time out at Suzuka, where we did see a lot of issues resulting in lag inputs through the server and that. But tonight, none of that has foreshadowed anything yet.
No, we've had no server lagging tonight, which has been great. I think we did have a few extra internationals at Suzuka. I think we had 3 or 4. I think tonight we've only got the one. Although Dent has a massive moment coming through Sunset there, almost collecting the rear end of a GTE car. And had to readjust and actually I think it's GT3.
Scott Forsyth in the Medina Engineering car just nearly getting collected, and almost gets collected again in turn 1 there. So
and gives him a flash for good measure too. I think Scott Forsyth might need a change when he gets out of that car.
He wouldn't be too impressed with that one, because that was a very tight move at either end of the straight there.
Ben Dow's now managed to grab 5 seconds from Jamie. I'm not sure if Jamie does have damage. I think he might have a slight amount of damage, which is obviously slowing him up, which is a bit of a pity, because Jamie was doing a fantastic job, and they were sitting in first for almost that entire race. So it's a bit sad for the 333 entry there, but again, that's multi-class racing, and sometimes things happen.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's maybe damage, because we did see him fortunately able to avoid the rotation there from Matt Farah, but these guys will be coming in towards the back end of this stint, and whether he's driven the car just that little bit harder, trying to keep his teammate behind, because they both pitted on the same lap last time by lap 59. Potential that the tyres are just falling away, and that's starting to be, well, look as what we're seeing, because it's now on average a lap slower in favour now of Bandel.
Yeah, well, we're coming up to the pit stop phase now, so whether we see the GTEs taking tyres for this final stint or not 100% sure. Have a look at their pit stop times previously, and yeah, I would say they're probably not going to take tyres this time and go to the end.
Just then.
And yeah, followed by Jamie. If you look at it, they're both They took fuel only in the first stop and tyres in the second, so I would say they're only going to stop for fuel here. Whether they do a driver change or not is different. They may not. Jamie may elect to put his co-driver back in the car. They may not. They may stick and stay with what they're doing.
They will need to be careful though, because we're already seeing these guys come in. We're now looking at about 2.5 minutes or 3.5 minutes from the end of the hour. So if they do need to come in again, they're going to be about 10 minutes or around 7 to 10 minutes short on fuel. So that's going to be a lot of fuel saving for them to do in the next stop.
I don't think either of these guys will be doing fuel saving. I think more than likely it's going to be a splash and dash for the GT cars. If you look at the stint lengths for most of them, they're all around about that 30 to 28 mark. So yeah, I would say they're going to 29, 30 and 30. I don't think they can eke more than 30 out, so they're probably going to have to do a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, it could even be an interesting thought here if the guys even run a half tank, come back in and put a fresh set of rubber on the car. You might actually get a fair advantage as far as lap pace is concerned from it.
Yeah, you might. And Jamie's lost out more time again in the pit stop. He's 6 seconds back now, even though their stationary time was very, very similar. And their pit lane time was only a second, but yeah, he's lost a lot of time on the exit of the pits there.
Yeah, he just needs to find himself in a rhythm here and settle back in and see what he can do. The track temperature's still starting to fall just a fraction, down to now 22 degrees. It was 23 when we last checked that there, but 21 degrees ambient temperature as well, so it hasn't changed a whole lot. The 1 degree will help these guys just a fraction, but very comfortable times for these guys to be setting some fantastic laps at the moment. Jason Bent's up on screen at the moment. Been a bit of a quiet run for him. We haven't checked in on his progress much over the course of the run, but doing a good job for XCM. His teammate Jackson Shrube up front of this category at the moment, still yet to come down the lane to get their third stop completed. Similarly for Jason as well, so expect them to drop down a couple of spots, but good run for these guys.
Yeah, both the XCM cars having a fantastic run up in the top 4, battling with the Mark 1 cars. They haven't quite had the pace of the Mark 1 cars, but still to be in the top 4 with 2 cars is a fantastic effort. We might jump on board with the Ferrari for one lap as well.
And David, as we see Jason come across the line to complete another lap, it was a good run for him in the XCM car. Had a bit of a moment halfway through the lap though, but fortunate to save it.
Yeah, I've noticed a few times when I've been looking at that car that they've had a wee bit of trouble with the brakes into some spots, whether it's just being a bit too late, missing the mark, jump on the brakes, or just maybe not quite happy with the brake balance in that car. It has happened a few times. Lucky to get away with it because up at where they had that issue, it's very easy to go off track and lose a heap of time.
Absolutely, very fortunate to not get involved. That we did see him make a move on also on one of the Lamborghinis as well. So just picking up the pace nicely, and obviously we know he's still got to come down the lane for that stop as well. Todd George now in the lane for the 174 Carbon Esports Purple car. Matt Farah also came through the lane as well, so he's had his stop in the GT3 class. Also, Scott Forsyth from Medina Engineering now in the lane to get his stop. That will drop him now out of the third position as this continues to cycle through. Riding off the back of the Trick Esports LMP2 car with Scott Zazowski behind the wheel, just getting a couple of moves done down the back straight. We'll have a watch as he fires it in through Sunset Bend. The car getting into the weeds, the rumbles through there on the concrete, and very good traction. Doesn't lose any grip as he works his way through the exit mid-corner of Sunset, run up into turn one very quick. It's a minor little lift and roll through as we look back there, and he's pressing exceptionally hard. In the background there, you can see the headlights there of Reece Gardner in the 55 Fusion Sim Racing car as well. So it's only a second gap between these two out on circuit. They both came in for their respective pit stops. Lap 84 for Scott, 87 for Reece. So they are on for a good run here, and we'll expect to see pit stops for these two cars in probably the next 5 to 6 laps.
Yeah, it's a nice little battle here between Sislowski and Gardner. They're having a good little show with each other. Sislowski up in front, but just as I say that, see a prototype going wide. But it wasn't Reece Gardner, it must have been a lap down car.
Yeah, it was Joseph Phoeben having a bit of a moment there in the Fusion 45 car.
Now we're getting word from race control that car number 15 is going to get a penalty for contact into the pit lane with the 912. The 15 car got into the back of the 912, and unfortunately because of the contact, it's given the 912 a drive-through penalty, a pit lane penalty that race control couldn't clear in time. So unfortunately for the 15 will get a drive-through penalty for that as well.
And the 912 involved in that, that's Reece Holtis in the Tesseract Solar car. So yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one for them. That's not something you want, especially in this final hour of the race.
No, it's an unfortunate situation, but their touch has obviously made them speed in pit lane, and iRacing can't differentiate between that and the time it takes to travel down the lane and tell race control what's happened. Race control just doesn't have the time to kind of clear that kind of penalty because they still have to investigate it. So the impeding car will get the penalty too, and it doesn't help the 912, but at least the car that caused the infraction is going to get the penalty back.
Yeah, and that really evens up the run there for the field, so they should be able to press on. Reece Gardner still trying to close in. Actually, he's lost a little bit of time with the moment we saw for Joseph Phoeben. The gap now 2.9 seconds as they continue up towards turn 10. So he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to close it in, because that was only down to a second, a lap and a half ago. So the pace just starting to fall away a little bit in the Fusion Sim Racing car, which is a little bit uncharacteristic of what we've seen from these guys of recent years in iRacing. They've been very quick in the car. Obviously, the Dallara P2, very new considering what we used to run in the old Honda HPD. So a little bit of adjustment getting there, but maybe not exactly where we would have expected those guys to be.
Just going to say, in the back of that shot there going through the hairpin, there was a car half spun, which was Nick Foster in the Apex Hunters United Esport number 2 car.
Right.
Not quite sure what he's done, but I just saw a flash of headlights and went to have a quick look. And
Well, I think
yeah, not
I've got
ideal.
it now.
Have a look here. There's the run down into 7.
He's just done what half the field's done tonight, and just very well done too. He was about to come back on track and realised what was happening and hard on the brakes.
And Nick Foster's been around for a very long time in the world of prototype racing. On here, I remember racing in the old Oceanic Endurance Series Championship. That was a long while ago now, but very quick in that Honda as well. So they're just struggling a little bit, but the team car's still out front with a very comfortable lead over Kelvin Dent.
And while that's happening, Justin Rouge has managed to hold station and eked it out to a almost 32 second lead. So formidable pairing of Rouge and SVG tonight. They've really got this track down pat.
Yeah, really looking very comfortable out on circuit, and keep an eye on Justin. I mean, not just using all the track, not hitting up the grass. And I know we talked about it early on. There was a few shots that SVG put up with doing some testing for this one, and a lot of preparation. Got a hell of a nice rig that he runs out there as well. And as we saw from the lap that he was able to set throughout the course of the run, so a couple of purples almost back to back just prior to a few pit stops, and still has the quickest time out there tonight on the 1:45.197. So very, very fast in that car, and it is working exceptionally well. GTEs have picked up the pace just a bit. They're still 10 seconds behind what we're seeing from the prototypes, but back into around sort of that pace we saw through qualifying, 1:55. 5.48 for them. GT3s are not quite there, about a second off in what we saw with qualifying, but hovering around the 1:59.24. And our purple lap that we saw before was from the Drop Bear Motorsports car. That's Jackson Susan Harlow. He's just set that in the GT3. So they are starting to come on now as the race winds into its final hour.
We'll jump back to Nick Foster here. He's got a bit of a battle with Reece Gardner in behind him. Might jump on with Reece and just sit with Reece for a bit and see how he goes chasing down Nick Foster. Fantastic noise these cars make.
A moment there for Gardner too, just running it wide through Le Mans there, and that will cost him just a fraction of time. That gap will marginally extend now, 1.2 seconds as they work their way into sunset.
We get some great shots here from the blimp floating around Sebring. We'll just bring up the track map. We'll show you, like, there's a huge gap between all of the cars. There's everybody's spread out really, really well. There's not many battles going on anymore. I think the closest battle would probably be this Nick Foster, Reece Gardner, and we've got 1.6 second gap there. Unfortunately, the battle for the GTE lead has blown out to 13 seconds now. Ben Dow's just been able to just absolutely put the foot down just to that. Nick Foster's just had a moment there, and we might just quickly duck back to that and have a look.
Yeah, another one down in towards turn 7 in the hairpin there. So gets it in, just hits that bump at an awkward spot, loses the brakes on that car, and I'll actually see him drop a spot. Oh, it's an awkward rejoin as he gets back on, really squeezing one of the Ferraris there.
I think the throw did a pretty good job there, saw what was happening and just bailed and went to the grass.
Yeah, very good avoidance in that one. No doubt Race Control will probably take a bit of a look just to check for the way the rejoin happened. We'll wait to see what happens with that one. We do have a GT3 car, James Glasspool, running off through turn 1 there, but getting back underway. Reece Gardner, though, was able to make his way up over Nick Foster there as we have a look back at Glasspool here, running wide down through turn 1. Again, a little bit of traffic in front. The nose just sort of washing out a fraction as he got through the mid phase of the corner there, and very fortunate not to collect the wall on the outside.
Yeah, a bit of a awkward crash, really. The front end just did not want to grip. He just turned in, and the front end just said no, and he just went on.
Going back to your comment earlier, Ryan, about how good the Gibson V8 and the LMP2 sounds, I wouldn't mind having that as an alarm clock, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, it's a nice sounding car. It's one of those just really, really nice sounding cars. I think it's just got a really good, nice note to it. It revs nice and high, and yeah, it's got a great sound to it.
The one I wouldn't mind would be the old V8 out of the Z4 GT3. That thing screams.
Well, if
certainly does.
If we're going to go over the best engine sounds, you'd have to pick the Aston Martin from the GT1, wouldn't you?
Are we talking iRacing best engine sounds or best engine sounds? Okay.
Well, no. If you went best real engine sounds, well, there's a lot out there, and hands down, it has to be a GTR or a 2JZ.
See, I'd argue with you, and I'd have to say it'd have to be the Mazda Le Mans. Was it a...
Oh, the 787B.
787B. The sound that thing made was phenomenal.
See, now, a road car that I'd like to have that I like as well was that, I believe it was the Mercedes motor that they stuck in the Lexus LFA. That thing also sounded amazing.
Yeah, I think we're getting off track here with engines, and it's very right. it's very easy to get off track with engines.
Russo doing a... Yep, we'll point the blame at you, but Reece Gardner, though, doing a good job since getting through following that little issue there for Nick Foster, and he's now got GTE car, one of the Ferraris just ahead that he's going to dispense of down Big Ben, takes the wide line, and he moves his way forward. That was the Mac Esports Ferrari there with Michael Bennon on board. They're down in 7th position in class at the moment.
And with the Trick Esports and drop their cars into pit lane, it's promoted Reece Gardner in the Fusion Sim Racing car up into 4th position at the moment. So they're doing a fantastic drive tonight.
Yeah, really good job for those guys. And we did miss it as well, but the Fitziastinas cars come in, and that now has been handed over to Matt Andrews. So he should be seeing out the remainder of this event with 45 minutes still left on the clock. Fantastic drive from his teammate throughout the almost 3 hour or just over 3 hours that he was in that car for. He did a hell of a job.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, and Scott Stevens in the chat has piped up and said the Brabham GTE is an insane sounding car, and he is correct. That thing is phenomenal. And as far as endurance racing goes, this is kind of how I expected. I'm looking down the list to try and look for some battles for us to watch, and there's really not much. Nick Foster is about 1.6 seconds behind Gardner. He's slowly closing it in. I think he's got the pace over Gardner. He's just really having struggle with the rear end down into the hairpin.
And at this point in time for Nick, there's not really a lot that he's got left in it to try and help balance this out. A little bit of brake adjustment, maybe a slight adjustment on the TC1, TC2 settings to try and help the lateral load on that. But he's kind of all out of favours at this point in time. He's just going to have to do the best with what he can get, and no doubt he'll just settle into a rhythm now and press on and see him get that run down in through 7. It was not bad. He is still hemorrhaging a little bit of time though to Gardner. Actually, this is a look back at how those laps unfolded. So Gardner was a little bit quicker, almost 2 seconds on lap 102, another near a second, 103, a little bit of an advantage back, but yeah, just struggling that little bit at this point in time. He did come in for his final pit stop on lap 86, so nearing the end of their window where they will come through and take their what should be at this point their final stop for tonight's event.
And this is actually a little battle here for 6th place in the GTE class. Daniel Cheney trying to hunt down Henry Thomas Kircher in the Mark 1 Esports car. So it'll be an interesting battle here between these two guys.
Yeah, we haven't spoke much of any of the Mac 1 cars that are out there tonight other than the two in class at the front. But you're right, Henry Kircher and his teammate done a fantastic job in the 777. And we did touch on it before, but Michael Brennan in the 555. They've held station pretty much the entirety of the race. They haven't really deviated too much out there, but a good run for those guys as well.
Yeah, they've had a good run. Sorry, I'm just answering some questions on the broadcast at the moment.
Yeah, I was having a quick read of some of the comments in the chat. So everyone's looking to see how the final stint gonna unfold for this one. We'll keep an eye on this little fight here for 5th position in class. Reese Holters is out of position at the moment. He's actually falling down the field. I'm not sure what's happened to him there in 18th position overall, 12th in class, but I don't see them out on laps at the moment, so not sure whether they've just parked it up in the pit lane there.
I think they might have had a bit of a dropout because I can't find them in sim anymore.
That's unfortunate for those guys because they were looking at, they're a little further down in the field where they probably wanted to be, but they was having a very good run between them and the team car as well.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It looks like Cheney's made the move on Kircher.
Yeah, that now promotes him up to 5th position. Don't think we'll see him close the gap down to Dale Bridd in the XCM number 1 entry in the Ferrari there, but that's about an 18-second gap for those guys. Reese Gardner, though, might actually find himself up into 3rd position. Actually, he's holding off Nick Foster still, sorry. So that gap to Nick Foster's 0.7 of a second. Then just falling off the back of the Fitzhugh car, Matt Andrews still doing a very good job, though a little bit slower than what we're seeing from the guys around him. He did a 1:52.3, so if he keeps at that pace, it's really going to invite both Gardner and Foster in to have a look at gaining another position there.
Yeah, 150 in these cars is definitely going to bring these guys in very, very quickly. He's only got a 5-second gap over Reese Gardner at the moment as it is, so if he keeps slapping at that pace, he's going to have a lot of pressure from these two guys really flying behind him.
And I guess the thing we didn't see out of all that was there any lap traffic involved in it? Because we know when the lead cars were working their way through a little bit of traffic, we did see them occasionally dip back to that 150. It depends on where you pick them up around the circuit. So it could have potentially been that. We'll wait to see what the next time buys and whether he's able to rebound on the pace. The gap between himself, though, and Nick Foster, who has now actually got back past Reese Gardner, we were watching that little exchange, still sitting at 5.5 seconds, so potential that these guys will all claw it back in, but both Gardner and Foster now in the lane for their final stops tonight.
Just going to quickly butt in on that Tesseract solar car. Looks like they've just pulled into the pits and parked it. That might be why you're not finding anything there, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a real pity for them.
Yep.
As we wait the final stop for these guys as well, Justin Ruja up on screen. Both himself and Shane van Gisbergen have had a sublime night tonight. Were challenged a little bit earlier on. They dropped back just a fraction, but since getting through on the first round of pit stops where they were able to go that couple of laps longer, they've been able to continue doing that throughout the entirety of the event. We're expecting them probably in the next 5 laps to complete their final stop again for the night. This will be a little bit shorter stop for this team, but given that they've been able to save over the course of this 3.5 hours so far, but they have not missed a beat as they've worked their way through traffic and have built now what is a 1 minute 30 advantage over Chris Norton in the rival Autosports car.
Yeah, obviously they've still got a pit, but I would say they're only going to pit for fuel and take it to the end, and that'll drop that down to about the 30-second mark. But what's going to be interesting is the Athena car. So the Athena car came in with about 45 minutes to go, and I think without any fuel saving, I don't think they're going to make it because they haven't had the fuel saving abilities like Ruja and Van Gisbergen have had. So I think their average pit length, their actually stint length, has been about 43 minutes. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how Athena go along with this race and whether or not they have to go for a splash and dash or they just go heavy and save fuel as much as they can.
Definitely, I think it's going to be an interesting one. I imagine they'll just put in enough to do what they've got to do, but yeah, you want to be pressing on as much as possible. There's every opportunity to gain another spot, and while we keep an eye on how everyone is running, Matt Andrews still not really responding to the way we would have expected. He's about, on average, 2.5 seconds a lap slower than the guys around him, and he is a big risk of almost losing a few more positions. We see him almost get rounded up there on the run into turn 7 there.
Yeah, he's at risk of getting rounded up. I think he's probably going to get it rounded up pretty quickly by the looks of things. So he just definitely doesn't have the pace that the rest of these guys have in this prototype class.
No, and I wondered too if obviously his teammate was in the car for a very long stint early on, 3 hours. I mean, he's now jumped in with an hour to go in this one. He hasn't had the time to acclimatise to the racing out there when you're coming in on a dark night. You've got a lot of cars around you. Yes, they are spread out, but it does take time to get yourself into that rhythm and build the pace you need to get back on with business.
Yeah, and you can just look at the lap timing now. You look at the amount of time that Sislowski's absolutely chewed out of him. He's absolutely flying. So either he doesn't have the lap pace or they're not going to make it, so he's saving fuel badly. So it'll be interesting. Like even Fabian, who's currently running last in class, he's faster than Andrews in third in class. So either the car's got problems or Andrews just isn't up to pace in this car.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate too because I mean they've been very good out there over the course of the run tonight, and it'd be a shame to see them just drop those few paces. But definitely opportunities for these guys to work their way through. We're still on 35 minutes left on the clock for this one. It's been a fantastic run so far for everyone out there, and as we get ready for the final half hour, we might quickly duck back through the top 3 in each of our classes just to have a quick look and see where everyone is sitting at the moment. Justin Ruja in the Apex Hunters United Esports number 1 entry, out front with a very substantial lead. Still yet to make their final pit stop for the night, but currently hold a 1 minute 29 second advantage over Chris Norton in the rival Autosports LMP2 car. It's been a very good run for these guys, and they did come in on lap 105, so should have enough to get home, but may need to just save a fraction to see how they go. Matt Andrews for the Fitzy Athena's cars we touched on before, a little bit off pace at the moment. He's managed to pick up another second on the last excursion by, but a lot of work for them to do if they want to retain that third position. Again, pitted on lap 105, we may see them come back down the lane again, but they need to be cautious to not lose any spots here. Ben Dow for Mach 1 Esports in the 222 for our GT3 class lead has had a fantastic run since getting past his teammate JB Manow in the 333. Both Mach 1 cars have been absolutely faultless tonight and have themselves a very comfortable lead. Phil Litchford in the XCM number 2, the first of our Ferraris in the GTE class, having a very good run. He's got a 6.7 second lead at the moment over his teammate in 4th position. We may see those guys come into a bit of a fight later on for that spot. Out front in GT3, Jackson Susan Harlow has now a 1 minute 40 advantage for the Drop Bear Motorsports car over Dean Ross in the Pulse Team Racing Blue, who has had a very quiet run. Out there tonight, they've done a stellar job, and we're involved in a really good, strong battle for the majority of this race with James Glasspool in the Trick Esports Pro Sim Gears Blue car, who unfortunately got a drive-through penalty, which saw them fall a little further down the order, but they are comfortably holding a 15-second advantage at the moment over 4th place James Rewalt for Pace Syndicate. With half an hour now left for these guys to get through, it's going to be a really good run for them. We've still got a couple of pit stops still left to go, as actually Rival Autosports now in the lane to get their final stop completed and set them off to run for the final 30 minutes.
Well, while we were going through the podium for each class, Reece Gardner's had a bit of a moment coming through Sunset Boulevard as well. Got a bit of a wiggle on, and then really good job actually to save that there. Nice job on the car following through not to take him out. And Reece doing the right thing here, knowing that this car's coming, just waiting, being stationary. It's one thing we've told drivers in AMF, if you spun sideways and you're on the track, just stay still and go when the track is clear. Don't go while this car's coming, because if you take those cars out, you run the risk of getting the penalty.
And also Justin Rougier is in as well.
Yeah, that's about on schedule with where we expected those guys to come in well. So this has worked out quite nicely for them. I expect Justin will stay on board this car to see out the race. They're down and away 29 seconds stationary, so a really quick stop for those guys there. They'll still hold a very comfortable margin over the cars behind as they get back underway. The advantage at the moment, around 2 minutes and 15 over Rival Autosports. So that's a hell of a run for them, and they're in fine form for this final half an hour. Obviously still 30 minutes out there. Anything can happen in that, and still a lot of lap traffic that they need to navigate their way through.
Yeah, there's a lot of lap traffic, but come now, everybody's looking towards the end of the race, and nobody's putting, you would hope, nobody's putting silly moves on, so everyone's just going to try and get to the end of this 4-hour race now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a standout drive for all these guys working through the night time of Sebring. It's not an easy circuit to get around. It's tough in the day. It's even tougher at night when you have very limited visibility. So it's been a stellar job. Again, as you said earlier on, no safety cars at this point, and we are praying that we don't see any more or any at all until the end of this one. That would be a shame to take away what has been a fantastic run for all of these drivers so far. Again, we'll quickly thank two series sponsors, Seal Batteries, who have come on board as major sponsor for AMF for this season to help out both the GT3, the AEC event, and the GT series on a Sunday night. Sydney Computers, for all your computer needs, again helping out. A big thank you to those guys. And for this series as well, DM Sim Photography, who'll be taking care of the post-race photos and always put some fantastic stuff out there. And just a reminder too that anyone looking to join this championship, please jump over to the AMF Facebook page. There's links to the Discord channel where you can join. Still entries for this event. We don't yet have anyone in the AMG Mercedes, which, as you're saying, Ryan, has got a bit of a touch-up from iRacing and is back to fine form again. So we'd love to see a few of those maybe make their way out. Or if endurance racing is not your thing, there's plenty of racing to do on both a Wednesday night for the GT3s or GTEs on a Sunday night.
Yeah, as you touched on, there's plenty of time for the series left. We're only 3 rounds into the series, so people are more than welcome to come and join us here. And we're only, I think, 4 rounds into our current season for both GTE and GT3, so drivers are more than welcome to join us in those series too. So check the links in Facebook and the YouTube to join our Discord, our Facebook page, our webpage, and you can find all the information there to join AMF. Battles have quietened down a fair bit. I think with half an hour to go, even with the lap times that Matt Andrews is putting out, he's got a 40-second gap to Zizlowski. Zizlowski's taking out 2 seconds a lap. It's going to be interesting. 20 laps.
Yeah.
I don't think there's 20 laps in half an hour. I think they're safe, but I think they're safe by only about 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to have to be cautious here not to get themselves into any trouble here. But yeah, as I say, I don't think we'll see 20 laps at this point. With what we've seen from the pace of these cars, we're probably looking somewhere around the 15. We might get 17 laps at the conclusion, because most of these cars doing 138s. Yeah, also 148s out there. At the moment, we are seeing the quick guys like Rougier and Norton down in the 146s. So potential for maybe a couple of extra ones, but there's no real need to push, especially with the gap that our leaders have. But in the midfield, definitely some opportunities to gain a few spots.
Yeah, there definitely is.
Still on board here with Matt Andrews. He's been able to sort of pick the pace up a little bit now, down into the 148 or high 148.9 last time by, and we were very worried that he was at risk of losing that third position to the likes of Scott Zizlowski when he was hovering around the 150-minute range, but has started to get himself a little bit more accustomed with the car, a little bit more comfortable as he works his way through one of our GTE Ferraris and onto the back of one of the Porsches there. So he's starting to find a little bit of time here, and that gap between himself and Scott Zizlowski hovering at 38 seconds at the moment.
But apparently the 778 of Dean Ross has had a bit of a moment. And he has it's getting it loose there, turning off the traction control, and away he goes. Hasn't lost too much time. James Glasspool's still 27 seconds behind him, so one of those ones where you've had such a great race and you put yourself in a position that a spin's not going to affect your race.
Yeah, they've done an outstanding job there to continue on. Did see Jackson Susan Harlow has now dropped in the lane to complete his final pit stop tonight. So he's going to get down and away there. No harm for him. And that'll be his final stop for the night.
No, Jackson Suslin Harlow's had a moment. There's something gone wrong. He's entered the pit lane and then he's come back in again. So he's had a bit of an issue. He should have been able to make it to the end.
Well, actually, so they're actually dropping now down the order. They're down in 8th or 6th in class, down in 27th position.
Yeah,
so
they've had a major moment. Something's gone wrong with the drop bear car, which is a real shame for them because they were out by miles.
Well, yeah, they built up a just short of a 1 minute 40-second advantage over everyone there. So that's really unfortunate. I'd love to find out from the team what's unfortunately befallen that car. They're a minute now stationary in the pit stops.
I'd like to see. This is apparently. Oh no, that's really unfortunate for them. Taken out by an LMP car, and that's completely put them out of the race. That's a real pity for those guys.
Yeah, well, there were two P2s involved in that one. I'm not sure who the other car involved in that one was, but trying to thread the needle and sneak through didn't pay dividends, and that's a hard hit for the drop bear guys into the wall. I mean, they were looking very, very comfortable. They'd led start to finish through this event after that little incident that we saw at the opening lap, but they'd been untouched throughout the course of this event, so that's a really tough pill for them to swallow at 30 minutes to go.
Very tough pill to swallow. You feel sorry for them, but it comes back to what I was saying earlier on in the race about this being multi-class racing and never say never, and it's exactly what's happened to the Pulse Racing Team Blue. You never say never, and all of a sudden they're back in first position, and they're looking great for the win.
Yeah, definitely. It's really really awkward. I mean, they were the class act out there. We saw them a lap on average quicker than everyone else in the class there. Very very awkward for them. Hopefully they can get that car back down and away. It looks like they are going to be able to rejoin this race. It's a 2.5 minute repair time for them, so they will get back out to be classified as finishers. But unfortunately for those guys, it now drops them down to 22nd. We'll drop them down to 27th overall.
Unfortunately, they actually won't under rule classification because they towed without permission from race control, so they're actually disqualified. It won't show up yet, but part of the rule book is you must request a tow from race control, and they didn't do that because, and Trent Thomas has touched on it in the broadcast chat, it's a missed opportunity for a safety car. They're supposed to call race control for a tow, and then race control will see if they're in a dangerous position, and if they are, they'll call a safety car, and that's exactly what should have happened there. They should have called for a tow. Race control either would have called a safety car or a virtual safety car, and then allowed the car to tow.
You know, if we had seen that safety car, then that would have brought James Glasspool right into contention for this fight. Actually, would have really brought in quite a few drivers that in their own class battles there that would have been in for some fantastic results at the end of this one.
Yeah, it would have been, but look, at the end of the day, that's for race control to look at. We didn't quite see it on the broadcast whether he did tow with permission, or some people are saying in the chat that he went over the fence, but from what my people are telling me, from what my screen's telling me, it was a jump to the pits, and that's what my information's been given to me, so that's all I can go off. And look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. These things happen. It's multi-class racing. Crashes happen, things happen, but somehow they've come out still in first position, and I'm not quite sure how that works.
No, that's that's a very odd one, because that was a 2.5 minute stop there. I've got 13 seconds still over second place, so I don't quite understand how that one's worked through. Obviously, if they have done the tow without race control permission, obviously that's going to see them come back through the lane, and as you said, right, potential disqualification for them. So that's a very odd one for that to unfold the way it has. So we look to sort that one out, and no doubt safe race control behind the scenes will be keeping an eye on that to see how that unfolds. Some gaps still sitting amongst the field at the moment. We have got a minute 23 advantage for race leaders at the moment, with Justin Rougier still out front over Chris Norton. Matt Andrews
has had a bit of a moment, and again, coming into the hairpin, that's not the hairpin.
No, that looks again, like down into turn 10 there.
People locking up the rears, very, very common tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of an awkward rejoin for him there too. He's right off on the edge of the circuit there, but a few guys quickly coming through, so not sure how that will be adjudicated there or not. We'll wait to see how that one unfolds. Jackson still in this one at the moment, but obviously a lot to break down later on as it cycles through. The gap between Dean Ross and James Glasspool sitting at 12.5 seconds, actually 25 seconds for those guys, so a fair bit of work for them to do to come back into what we saw from the great battle earlier on between second and third there. But everyone else seems to have really sort of stretched out. Might be a little fight between fifth and sixth outright with Apex Hunters, United Esports number 2, and the 55 Fusion Sim Sports card with Reece Gardner on board. So Nick Foster and Reece Gardner are still continuing their little scrap on. As we have a look at Reece here, actually he's got a little bit of an advantage now as they continue on their run down the back straight there. So apologies, that might have been my timing screen just acting up a fraction there. Since that spin, though, that we saw from Reece down off the exit of Sunset Bend, he's been pretty quick back out there again. The pace a little slow at the moment, 149.44 as he went through on that one with a little bit of lap traffic just to contend with. But he is making good run here as we now drop in under the 20 minutes to go time frame.
Sorry, I'm just talking with race control at the moment, trying to establish what's happened.
So let's see how that all unfolds. We've got a few more pit stops cycling through as well. James Rewalt will come in the lane. Actually, he's down and away. It was a short splash and dash for him in the 5th position in class, 26th overall, as he continues on his run. Quick look at the strategies for everyone in the pit stops. Ben Dow should get home for our GTE class, but everyone else out front in the prototypes looking pretty comfortable. They should all be good to go with final stops having been completed by all out there.
Yeah, with 18 minutes to go, 17 minutes to go, we're on the way to the end now, and it should make for some great racing here. You've got Justin Rougier and Rival Autosport. Rougier's out by a minute and a half, and I think that's where he's going to stay. They've built a fantastic lead, and they're doing a great job out there. You look at Ben Dow. Ben Dow's now built that lead out to 37 seconds, and to think he was struggling to pass Jamie, and all of a sudden he's just absolutely put the hammer down and just pulled away from Jamie. So was he doing the friendly team thing and just holding station behind his team and biding his time? Because since he's gotten past, he's absolutely left.
Yeah, and since making that move as well, I mean, as you say, he's checked out well and truly over second place. But on average, he's been roughly a second quicker than his teammate as they've continued on. So actually, last time it was closer to 2 seconds advantage to Ben Dow there. So he's been really able to make good time in this. The car looking exceptionally strong in this final stage of the race. They're about halfway through this fuel stint for these cars. Last pit stop's lap 89, which should get them pretty close to home, if not all the way. We may see a small little splash at the back end there. But yeah, they have driven phenomenally well. The car has been extremely easy to drive by the looks of it from what we've seen, and really handling the punishment that Sebring tends to dish out quite well.
Yeah, definitely are. Just trying to find somebody to jump on board with and watch for the last couple of minutes. But Zyzlowski's really homing in on Matt Andrews. He's only 12 seconds behind with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's got a nice bit of road ahead of him. He's got one car to contend with. It's our 5th in class in GT3, James Rewalt, who I don't think will offer up too much of a challenge for him. But as you can see there, the time's continuing to come down in favour of Zyzlowski, who has really been operating very comfortably in the 46-47 bracket region, whereas for Matt Andrews, it's still hovering a high 48, low 49s, and just not getting the most out of that car that we saw earlier on in it. So Suzaski will have the lap down car just to contend with on the back straight. Should be able to work his way through that exceptionally comfortably. And as we watch him make his run through, just a reminder, next time out for the AMF Endurance Championship, we head off to the Nürburgring on the 1st of May. So 4 hours at the Nürburgring. As we touched on earlier in the broadcast, it'll be a morning start. So interesting conditions for the team. A very different race circuit to what we've seen here tonight at Sebring. It's going to be very quick. Some tough corners for the guys to work their way through, and with the multi-class configuration that we're seeing here tonight, expect to see some fantastic racing up and down throughout the field as we continue to see more time still being taken away here from Matt Andrews and Scott Suzaski. Again, 46.2 for him, Matt Andrews 49.9. So Andrews really needs to find that little bit extra pace if he's got it available to him. Otherwise, he really runs the risk in this last 13 minutes of potentially losing third spot.
Look, the way it's going, there's now 9 seconds with 13 minutes. I think it's very close. It's Suzaski's going to eat him up. He's eating up almost 3 seconds a lap. So in 3 laps' time, he's going to be on him. So yeah, I definitely think they're going to be all over him.
Yeah, definitely. And while there is a little bit of lap traffic to work their way through, they're picking them up at the right spots there and just pressing on. So that will continue to fall. It's already down to 8 seconds, or just under 8 seconds as he works his way through Le Mans. And we should see more even come out of that as they head up towards Sunset Bend. He is really finding good pace in this car at the moment, and the lap traffic just timing it through quite nicely where it's not really getting in the way at all.
Yeah, he's already broken it down to 6.9 seconds. It was 9 seconds last time around, so another flying lap from Suzaski here, and there you go, 3 seconds eaten out. I would say in 2 laps' time, we're going to see Suzaski right on the back of Matt Andrews and pushing for that final podium spot.
Yeah, well, I think at this pace too, it might even be a bit quicker than that, because as we saw Suzaski turn his way up onto the front straight there, we got a very graphic glimpse of where Matt Andrews was in the Fixie Stevens car down at the end, turning into turn 1 there. So they are coming. You can just see a glimpse of him there as the headlights work their way through turn 7. So not a lot left, and that's really going to be enticing now for Suzaski to aim at and come at, and with the pace that he's been able to take off, he's going to be thereabouts very quickly. And no doubt Trent just keeping you updated with the splits and where they're heading, as they have got another lap car just ahead. Todd George in the Carbon Esports purple team in the C8, the only C8 out there tonight in GTE, which is very different. We would have expected to see a few of those cars having a run tonight.
Yeah, no, it's great to see the C8 out there. Todd George they're a new entry tonight, Carbon Esports. So great to see them join the series. We've had quite a few join in the last week or two, so it's great to see new people joining the series and getting in there. We're still waiting on Race Control to make their decision on the 862. As soon as I know, I will let you know.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see how that one unfolds. Actually, and Suzaski doesn't get the chance to overtake Matt Andrews out on circuit. Andrews actually in the lane now for a little bit of an unscheduled pit stop. It was 58 seconds last time by, so I assume that was fuel and tyres.
I copied. I did mention earlier on that I didn't think they were going to make it on fuel, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, so it should be a short splash for these guys down and away, although 15, 16 seconds of fuel, 18 seconds of fuel now still going into this car, so hopefully they haven't set it up as a full service stop, because that would be pretty detrimental. With 21 seconds of fuel going in with just on 10 minutes left in this race. That's a lot of fuel, and is going to put them at risk of maybe even also losing a spot there to Reece Gardner. Nick Foster now. Actually, no, Reece Gardner, apologies. So potentially, going to lose a spot to Reece Gardner, who's only 6.5 seconds now behind him.
Yeah, and at the speed in which they're moving, it's not impossible that they're going to catch him either.
Not at all. Just having a look at where these guys are on circuit. So we've got Matt down into turn 7 right now. Reece Gardner coming through Big Bend on the way into 7. He's in the braking zone right now of 7. And that gap continuing to drop at the moment. It's right now on 6 seconds as Matt Andrews heads up towards turn 10. He has got the lap car there, James Rewalt, ahead in P5 in class of GT3, 26th overall. That he does need to try and work his way through, but heading up in towards Tower Bend, it's a bit of a tight spot there, but he has been able to complete that pass, and a little bit more time just in favour there of Reece Gardner, another second as he continues to bring this gap down.
Just notice we've got Scott Zaslowski now in the lane as well, boys.
For a splash and dash, yeah. That could be interesting. Nick Foster could end up pinching the podium right here.
Yeah, well, Nick Foster's last time in, I was trying to have a look, was 1:09, so he's in a pretty good spot here. Although I believe he will still need to come down the lane to get a little dash of fuel there, because it is a fairly long run to try and get home. We're 21 laps, 19 laps on this stint, and with 8 minutes to go, he's likely to get another 4 laps down. So maybe we'll see this car through the lane. Suzowski down and away now in 4th position. He's got 12 seconds over Reece Gardner now.
So it'll be interesting to see if Nick Foster does have to pit, and whether or not the 997 can jump back up into the podium positions.
Definitely, and you see Suzowski just getting through on one of the Mach 1 Porsches there, just stepping aside on the right up into 10, so that's a quick, easy pass for him. He should be fine there. We've got to keep an eye on Nick Foster, however, who pitted lap 109, to see whether he does come down. But based on what we've seen from the guys around him, we expect this car will need to come in for a slight splash at the end of the race. Ben Dale now also in the lane too to take his final splash of fuel to get home. We may see Jamie Benau come through as well. Daniel Chaney is also in for the Fitzy Zeus car as well.
It didn't even dawn on me earlier on, and Jamie Benau dropped back 37 seconds. Now, he may be fuel saving. He may have decided to fuel save from the start of that stint to get home, which is why he dropped 40 odd seconds behind.
That's actually wouldn't be a bad strategy call if that's what he's been able to do to get that car home. That will work out quite comfortably for him. That being said, though, I believe Ben Dale is now down and away. So he only took a 5-second splash there to come through. The gap is sitting at 19 seconds. So he's got enough to get home. Benau just didn't quite have the pace to bridge that gap.
And apparently I can confirm that the 862 have been DQ'd for towing without permission. So that's a really sad way for their race to end. But unfortunately, rules are rules, and we have those rules in place for a reason, and they've broken the rules.
So with that just unfolding now, that will now promote Dean Ross and Pulse Racing Team up into class lead for GT3 at the moment. They've got themselves a comfortable 14-second advantage now over the Trick Esports Pro Gear Blue entry. I
can understand that they would be very, very upset by that, but at the end of the day, rules are rules, and if you break the rules, you're going to get penalised, and unfortunately they've done it, and whether they agree with the rules or not, the rules are in place and they must abide by the rules. So Unfortunately, it's a DQ for those guys.
Yeah, tough break for those, but hopefully we will see the Drop Bear guys back for the next event down at the Nürburgring.
Hopefully we do, and I'm sure they will with the pace that they had. I'm sure they will with the pace they had. They were fantastic. So I'd love to see them back.
Yeah, definitely. We're keeping an eye here on Nick Foster. Not sure whether he's actually going to be able to get this car home or not. We've just got 4 minutes on the clock, right at the end of the pit window here. Almost gets moved across on one of the Ferraris there as he works his way up towards turn 10 there. So just continuing on, he's got a bit of a gap over Szalewski at the moment. It's 10.6 seconds. Szalewski came in lap 126, only 9 seconds of fuel going on board the Trick Esports car, and potential that they could come back into third place. But Nick Foster right now is looking pretty good. The pace hasn't dropped off too much. It was a 147.36 for him the last time through. May just have enough to get it home. Judging by where our race leader is, Justin Ruggiero works his way down through Big Bend. We may see 2 more laps for these drivers to get their way home. So going to be very, very tight to see whether they're able to roll the dice and work this out. Ruggiero got a very comfortable lead. Both himself and James Shane van Gisbergen drove a faultless race early on and have been able to extend an exceptional lead over this. The rest in class, though, still continuing on their fight. Ben Dow holding on to class lead in GTE, and Dean Ross now promoted following the subsequent disqualification there for Drop Bear Motorsports. Now been promoted up into class lead and holds himself a 13.5 second advantage over James Glasspool and Trick Esports.
Yeah, and that promotes the Medina Engineering 38 car into the podium as well. So, it's a great race for those guys to jump up into the podium as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've all driven exceptionally. We didn't really focus a lot on the Medina Engineering car. They've been very quiet under the radar, but hats off to them. They've kept the nose clean and driven a very good race here. Just keeping an eye. Justin Rouge is going to tick over the line. This may get us our final lap to the end. We'll have to wait and see how he is able to work his way through. He has got some lap traffic very much off in the dirt as he continues working his way through. So it's not what you want to see on the second to last lap potentially for these guys. That you're off in the weeds at turn 1 there as they continue their way through. A couple of lap cars to contend with. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Down through Big Bend now in towards the hairpin. A very comfortable move there down the inside of the 15, and he will get that move completed quite nicely and away further up the road. So a fairly comfortable run now. No traffic ahead. The next car down in towards Tower Bend at the moment, and that's Chris Nolan in the rival Autosports entry. So that's a pretty comfortable gap for these guys to work their way in. Stick on board here, I think we'll find this will be our final lap here.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. You would think that they're not going to get another lap, but you just never know. If you're Justin Ruggiero, do you back it off slightly here? You've got a minute and a half gap.
You've got a minute and a half. You have to.
And I think he has. Look, we're going to go time now, and that's going to be the race.
As we tick over the 4 hour mark, final time down through Sunset Bend.
And there is the checkered flag. A fantastic win from those guys. Absolutely fantastic win. Class of their own. A minute and a half win. You think about a minute and a half win over a 4 hour race is still a fantastic effort by the guys coming behind them as well.
Absolutely, it was a stellar run there, and they drove faultlessly there. We'll keep an eye on the rest of the field working their way through. as Chris Norton still on board the rival Autosports LMP2 Dallara. See him be able to bring this car home. They in turn had a nice healthy gap over third place in the other Apex Hunters United Esports number 2 entry with Nick Foster behind the wheel. And Nick has been able to get that car through without needing to come and take an additional splash of fuel. So that's a good result for those guys. We thought that was a little bit questionable to whether they would get home, but Nick brings that car home in third place. Trick Esports should get home in the 4th position with Scott Sosowski. Nolan's now, Norton in the final run through Le Mans on the back straight, gives a little flash of the lights, and there's been another great run for these guys here.
It looks like Phil Litchford's pinched second place off Jamie Benow at the end there too. So whilst Jamie was fuel saving, the XCM2 cars managed to pinch a position there.
Well, that's a big one because Mach 1 were right in a good spot there as Dean Ross has gone around at the front straight, but he will take GT3 class honours ahead of James Glasspool and Scott Forsyth. And as you touched on with our GTEs, we didn't see all those guys come across the line, but Ben Dow takes the win for Mach 1 Esport 222 ahead of Phil Litchford in the XCM number 2 entry and Jane Benow in the Mach 1 Esports 333.
And fantastic finish to the race there. Just bring up the overall results here. So final results there. That looks like qualifying, not race results. So we haven't finished the race yet, so I haven't got the final race results.
Just waiting for the last couple of cars to tick over the line. Again, big thank you to the series sponsors for helping us out with this one. Seal Batteries, Sydney Computers, and DM Cinematography for all the photos. And as the final cars now come across the line, we will roll through the race results here tonight. And taking first place tonight, Apex Hunters United Esports number 1, with a fantastic win over rival Autosports. The second of the Hunter United Esports cars in third. Trick Esports Pro Sim Gear Chrome will come home in 4th position ahead of Fusion Sim Racing 55. The Fitzy Athena's car get home in 6th position ahead of Drop Bear Motorsport 692. The Tesseract Luna car comes home in 8th position ahead of the Fitzy's Harrods car in 9th position. Fusion Sim Racing 15 and 45 take positions 10 and 11 ahead of Tesseract Solar in 12th position.
A GTE class, so the Mark 1 Esports 222 entry takes out the win for the GTE class. The XCM2 car, the 101, sneaks into 2nd position in the final stages there, and then followed by the Mark Esports 333 car. XCM1 in 4th position. Fitzy Zeus car coming in 5th. You got the Mark Esports 777 and the 555 in 6th and 7th. West Performance Racing coming in at 8th. Carbon Esports in 9th, and then Medina Engineering 64 and 36 coming in 10th and 11th.
Rounding out our GT3 class, Pulse Racing Team Blue pick up the win over Trick Esports Pro Sim Gear Blue. Medina Engineering 38 home in 3rd position. Pace Syndicate, Yvette come home in 4th ahead of Pulse Racing Team RC in 5th. Pace Syndicate, Zahara come home in 6th position ahead of Drop Bear Motorsports 862, who unfortunately at the back end of the race we heard were disqualified for an unapproved tow to the pit lane following a massive incident we saw for those guys. And then the Pulse Racing Team Black car, the 779 car, not taking to the field tonight. Unfortunate for those guys, didn't get out there, but for all the race winners in all our classes, a fantastic result to all of those guys.
Yeah, it was a fantastic end to a great race. Pity for what's happened, but at the end of the day, fantastic effort. I'm just looking in the waiting room. We've got a couple of our race winners we can talk to, so I'm going to bring them in. Congratulations to Dean Ross and Nathan Anderson for taking out the win in the Pulse Racing Team Blue car. Congratulations, guys.
Hey, cheers, fellas.
Probably not a win you guys thought you were going to get.
Nah, definitely not after qualifying and practice. Shank's qualifying big time, and then Jackson and the drop bear team were just way too quick all night. But sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and things sort of fell our way right at the end there.
Yeah, we were talking about it midway through the race that endurance racing is sometimes luck, and you guys had a bit of luck there, and a bit of unfortunate luck for the drop bear guys. They broke a rule, and they've been DQ'd for that rule, which you feel sorry for them, but at the end of the day, rules are rules, and that's what we do here at racing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was unfortunate. I haven't seen the incident that caused him to become a turtle, but I heard that's what happened, and then the rest is history. We got lucky.
Look, luck's all it is. Nathan, I just want to touch on your battle with Sislowski. Not Sislowski, with Silvassi there. You guys were nose to tail for probably 2 stints there. You look like you're having a great battle with him.
Yeah, that was unreal. The first stint was just trying to get close to him, and then came out in front after the pit stop and tried to save a bit of fuel, and then he got me into turn 2, I think it was, and just stayed behind him, lifting, coasting, and saving fuel, and ended up hitting right behind him. So it all worked out pretty well. Yeah, no, you guys were all battling each other, and then you handed it off to Dean, and I think Dean got a bit of a reprieve there because I think Glasspool copped a bit of a penalty, and that gave you a fair bit of breathing room there, Dean.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think without that, it would have been probably the same thing for the rest of the race. But that gives us the opportunity to, save maximum fuel, and we got an extra 2 laps out of the third stint there, which meant we could push in the last one, which almost caught us out because I had a couple of spins, which you may not have seen because I was trying too hard to keep the pressure on, even though it didn't really matter when we were almost 2 minutes down the road, but still.
Yeah, fair enough. Just before you guys go, congratulations on the win, but is there anything you guys would like to thank before you leave?
I'll definitely thank, all the guys behind AMF, yourself, Ryan, Justin, and all the other guys. There's an army of them now, so yeah, really appreciate it.
Yeah, just want to thank you guys as well for the broadcast team. It all looks amazing, so good job there. Thank you for Ryan and Justin for the series. It's awesome. And big shout out to the Pulse Racing team.
No worries, thanks guys, and again congratulations on winning the Sebring race.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
And now we have Martin Silvassi and James Glaspool, and they were the runners-up in the GT3 class. Martin and James, congratulations on second place in the GT3 class tonight.
Thank you very much. It was good fun.
Hey.
I'll let Marty do the talking.
Oh, no, don't let me do the talking.
Marty, I'll touch on your battle with Nathan Anderson. I had a chat to him about it just then. That looked like you guys were having an absolutely fantastic battle for 2 stints there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was very clean and very good fun. It was a bit of to and fro. We sat behind him trying to get a bit of fuel saving, and then thought, no, I'll get past him, and then he just kept trying to stick behind me. It was a good battle. I don't know, what can I say? It was very enjoyable.
Oh, excellent. Well, that's all we hope for when we host AMF events, that everybody enjoys themselves. So, James, a bit of an unfortunate start to your stint, which put you a little bit behind Dean there.
Yeah, it was not ideal, but it's racing, so yeah, just serving the drive-through, and then I think it was after I served the drive-through, I think I basically had a bit of a spin in turn 2, So I think it was about 15 seconds or so that we were behind Dean and Nathan, and obviously that's about 30 seconds worth of time that we've just thrown away. So it's a bit frustrating, but yeah, same day it's racing as well. But yeah, very, very entertaining race either way.
Well, at the end of the day, you guys still come home in second position, so it's a fantastic finish for you guys. Is there anybody you want to thank before we say goodbye?
Yeah, sure. Thank Trick Fabrications and Pro Sim Gear. Pro Sim Gear. That's it.
No worries, guys. Well, congratulations on second position, and thanks for racing with us.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you very much. See you next one.
time.
I'll bring this one in for you, Daniel. I'm going to bring in Ben Dow and Tom Huggan from Mark 1 Esports.
And joining us now in the combox, Ben Dow and Tom Huggan, GTE class winners. Guys, congratulations. A fantastic drive for both of you out there tonight between yourself and the team car. How was it for you over the 4 hours?
Yeah, good. Car was pretty sorted.
Yeah, Ben did a great job with the setup, and it was really good throughout the stints, especially the tyre wear.
You guys looked like you were both the Mach 1 cars looked very, very comfortable in the early phase of the race. Saw that the team cars were pretty evenly matched throughout that. Once you got into that third stint though, and you guys were able to get through, you found a little bit more pace than the other car. Were you guys holding a little bit back in reserve, or how did you find that little bit extra time out there?
I think we just had a more even pace between Tom and I. So we're generally within, a tenth of each other per lap. Tom's usually a bit more consistent than myself. But so we're probably a good, strong, decently fast team. Not necessarily right at the front, but both of us are pretty quick enough that we seem to be able to pick up the win pretty often.
And then next time out, in a month's time, March 1st, we're off to the Nürburgring. Very different circuit to what we've seen tonight here at Sebring. Different lighting conditions, very different track surface. How do you think your chances are out there, and how do you feel the Porsche is going to handle?
Since they updated the Porsche, I'm struggling a little bit with sort of the front end getting to turn in. It's a lot slower than what it was. Now that we're not able to have a bit of toe out on the back to sort of help it round. But we'll give it a go. I don't know if it'll be the quickest at Nürburgring. I don't think it was the quickest over one lap at Sebring, but it was maybe the quickest over a stint because it seems to be really on its tires. Looking forward to seeing how you guys go out there for that one. But before we let you go and celebrate a hard-earned win for tonight, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout-out and a thanks to?
I'd like to thank Race Circuit Art Australia and MLA Holdings.
Fantastic, guys. Again, congratulations on a standout drive tonight. 4 hours at Sebring, class winners for GTE tonight. Congratulations both Ben Dow and Tom Huggan.
Thanks, guys.
And that looks like it that's jumped in for a post-race interview, Daniel. So I think I'll get you to wrap us up for the night.
With that, it doesn't look like we've got anyone else jumping in. So a big congratulations to everyone who turned up tonight. It was a fantastic race, to all our class winners. Fantastic driving out there. And I think to all the drivers, there's some fantastic driving standards up and down throughout the field tonight. We must, again, massive shout out to the series sponsors and organisers for everything they do behind the scenes to get this one up and running. Again, Seal Batteries, who have come on board to not only support this fantastic championship, but also the Wednesday night GT and Sunday night GT in series, along with Sydney Computers, and for the AMF AEC event, also DM Cinematography, who are helping out with all the post-race photos. A reminder to anyone who's interested to join the AMF GT series or AMF leagues, you can find all the relevant information on the AMF Facebook page or website. Thank you again for tuning in on either Facebook or YouTube tonight. Hope you enjoyed 4 hours of Sebring. We look forward to catching up with you next time out on May 1st for the next round at the Nürburgring. But also tomorrow night we also have the Sunday night GT series, so be sure to jump back in and check that one out. But for myself, Daniel, Ryan Kolstad, who again pulling double duties behind the comms and also production, and Darren Malcolm also for jumping in to help us out. Very good, big thank you, and we'll see you next time.